Hey Valerie, it's not letting me start recording.
You sure it says it's recording?
Oh,
It just doesn't, sometimes it doesn't talk anymore.
that's
Right, that's what that in the right corner means,
okay.
right?
Yep, it does say recording. That's weird.
Yeah, I've had to say recording in progress lately.
So they,
Recording in progress.
they what's the magic words? I think it sounds like a good way to start. Yeah.
Okay.
Say, open the meeting and then
Okay, we'll open the meeting and start with legislation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Then it looks like at least last year we opened it up for nominations for chairman and secretary. They like to make some nominations for chairman.
What does the chairman have to do?
Not a whole lot. I mean, you can do it really easy. Yep. Yep. Smile a lot.
I move we keep the same as last year.
Karen was one. I'll move.
Would you accept it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And then we need a secretary.
Valerie? You be the secretary? Okay, I move to have Valerie Ballard as the secretary. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
This is why Kim wasn't here.
Yeah. And then I think we're going to turn this over to Kevin.
Actually, the next item would be
Oh, there's gift to.
review through the prior budget committee meeting minutes and then the public comment.
Okay. Has anybody had time to look through the minutes from last year?
Again, I noticed one typo that I gave to Pat Larry, was a small typo. So I would move for approval of the minutes with the correction, but I didn't know.
Okay, I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now we can go to the message. Oh, did you say there's a
Public comment.
Okay. So I open up for public comment.
Do you want to make public comment?
Well, I would make public comment. Thank you, Commissioner. Do I just stand here? Is this good?
You have to stand right in the middle.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I'm kidding. You can be right there.
Just right there is about this.
Are you serious? Tommy Wolf here. I'm representing the Heppner Rural Fire Protection District. Last year we came before this budget committee and asked for funding from the Wheat Ridge East project due to the rather extreme additional burden it put on the Heppner Rural District when the county moved forward with allowed that project and we saw no additional funding. We, the fire district, saw no additional funding out of that project. I hope the commissioners and the budget committee members have all toured that project. It's pretty fascinating, but it is rough terrain. It is steep and it is rocky. You don't just hook onto a set of discs and buzz around a fire like you might in other areas of the county. So we, the Rural Fire District, felt we needed to upgrade equipment and training to meet our responsibility of fighting a potential wildlands fire in that area. To that end, we spent $763,000 on equipment that could respond appropriately. And I was hoping to have it parked out front this morning, but that didn't happen. It's pretty amazing couple of pieces of apparatus. Last year, we had an ask before the budget committee, and they said, well, we don't get any of that Wheat Ridge East money until the succeeding year, come back next year. So we are here. We were advised at one point that we should turn in an application under this most recent funding apparatus, funding venue that the commission set up. We did that, spent 2 days perfecting our application, submitted it only to find out it was rejected because a municipal taxing district doesn't qualify. So we are here today again, asking for support and assistance on an ongoing basis to help us with the additional costs of providing fire protection to this project, to which the county itself receives over $2 million a year in property tax relief payments. The Morrow Fire District borrowed money through the Bank of Eastern Oregon, our local bank, in order to have the apparatus available and online. And we have a substantial debt at the bank as we move forward at this time. But we're here to ask for your support. That's my public comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comments? Down the agenda, so now I have questions to John.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay. So now we're ready to move on to the message.
Yes.
okay. So, county administrator and I prepared this budget message for the fiscal year 2026-27 budget. And this is one of the few things out of the packet, and I'm just going to read verbatim. Members of the Budget Committee, Board of Commissioners, and residents of Morrow County, we are pleased to present the proposed budget for fiscal year 2026-27. This budget is more than an annual spending plan. It reflects a significant step forward how Morrow County connects financial planning, policy direction, service delivery, employee cost allocation, and long-term capital investment. The FY 2026-27 proposed budget was developed in a year of important institutional progress. The Board of Commissioners adopted a unified strategic plan for 2025 through 2029, following a consultant-led process involving the governing body, community members, and county leadership. The board also adopted the county's first formal professionally prepared capital improvement plan. Together, these actions move the county from a primarily annual budgeting posture toward a more disciplined planning model, one that identifies priorities, evaluates trade-offs, and connects current year decisions to long-term outcomes. A structurally balanced budget. The most important fiscal change in this proposed budget is that the general fund has been brought back into structural balance. In the fiscal year 2025-26 budget message, we disclosed that the overall budget was legally balanced, but that the general fund operating budget reflected a structural deficit after non-recurring resources and non-recurring expenditures were removed from the analysis. That condition was not sustainable over the long term. For fiscal year 2026-27, that structural imbalance has been corrected. The general fund operating budget, with non-operating items removed, shows recurring operating revenues of $24,048,027 and recurring operating expenses of $23,846,533, resulting in a positive operating position of $201,495. This is a material improvement from the current budget operating deficit of $1,540,363. General fund operating position. The proposed budget does not rely on beginning fund balance, reserves, one-time proceeds, or other non-recurring resources to support recurring general fund operations. Recurring operating costs are aligned with recurring operating revenues. This is the difference between a budget that merely balances under Oregon local budget law and a budget that is financially sustainable. This correction required a detailed review by county leadership, elected officials, department directors, and staff. This process was not simply an exercise in reducing numbers. It required reviewing historical spending patterns, distinguished real service needs from budgetary cushion, and identifying areas where budgeted amounts had consistently exceeded actual operational requirements. Budget reductions and operational impacts. The fiscal year 2026-27 proposed budget includes reductions necessary to restore structural balance. However, many of these reductions are not operational cuts in a practical sense. In many cases, the county reduced amounts that had been historically over budgeted or materially underspent. Those reductions improve budget accuracy without reducing the level of service expected by the public. That distinction matters. A budget reduction is not automatically a service reduction. The proposed general fund operating budget reduces materials and services by $1,143,137 and capital outlay by $629,520 compared to the current budget. Those reductions were evaluated against service delivery, statutory obligations, public safety, grant compliance, and operational risk. And based on that review, county leadership does not anticipate that the reductions necessary to achieve structural balance will create material operational impacts. The proposed budget is leaner, but it is not designed to weaken core services. It is designed to make the budget more accurate, more transparent, and more defensible. County pension plan cost allocation. A major personnel cost change in the fiscal year 2026-27 proposed budget is the allocation method for the county's defined benefit pension plan. The plan was close to new entrants in 2020. Historically, the plan contribution expense was allocated as a percentage of salaries for active participants. As the number of working participants has decreased, that method placed increasingly disproportionate cost burden on departments with remaining plan participants. That allocation method also overstated the connection between the current participant's salary and the actual nature of the cost. A significant portion of the retired contribution supports a pooled benefit structure and the unfunded actuarial liability of the closed plan, not merely the current year's service cost of individual employees participating in the plan. The fiscal year 2026-27 proposed budget changes the allocation method so that the pension contribution expenses are spread across all full-time county employees, regardless of whether each employee is personally a participant in the closed plan. This does not reduce the county's obligation to fund the plan. It changes how cost is distributed within the budget so the burden is allocated more rationally and does not distort the apparent cost of departments that happen to employ the remaining participants. This change improves budget comparability, mitigates disproportionate departmental impacts, and better reflects the county-wide nature of the legacy pension obligation. It is a cost allocation correction, not a benefit reduction, and not an avoidance of the actuarial funding requirement. That's good, maybe. I wrote a long one this time. Strategic plan alignment. The newly adopted strategic plan provides an important framework for the budget. The plan establishes countywide priorities in community and economic development, governance, infrastructure, water, and employees. The fiscal year 2026-27 proposed budget begins translating those priorities into financial decisions. This does not mean that every strategic initiative can be fully funded in a single fiscal year. It means that the budget decisions are now being evaluated against an adopted policy framework rather than handled as isolated departmental requests. This is a significant governance improvement. It creates a more direct line between public priorities, board direction, administrative implementation, and financial capacity. The pension allocation change is also consistent with this broader governance approach. The closed legacy plan should not be allowed to distort current operating comparisons or create artificial cost pressures in departments based solely on where remaining participants are assigned. Revised allocation is more transparent, more defensible as a countywide cost of employment and legacy benefit funding. Capital improvement plan. The adoption of the capital improvement plan is one of the most consequential planning improvements reflected in this budget cycle. The CIP gives the county a long-range tool to identify, prioritize, estimate, schedule, and fund major capital projects. It also provides a framework for evaluating project readiness, potential grant funding, operating impacts, and sequencing across fiscal years. Historically, the county accumulated reserves for several major capital needs, but those projects were not always connected to a formal prioritization structure. The adopted CIP changes that. It places capital needs into a more transparent planning framework and improves the county's ability to match available resources with the most urgent and strategically aligned projects. The CIP includes significant projects related to court facilities, public safety, parks and recreation, public health, solid waste, public works, infrastructure, historic preservation, flood mitigation, and county facilities. Excuse me. Several of these projects are multi-year commitments. Several will require outside funding, grant strategy, or phased implementation. The fiscal year 2026-27 proposed budget should therefore be understood not only as a one-year operating plan, but also as a bridge into a broader capital implementation strategy. Reserves, contingency, and financial discipline. The county continues to maintain reserves and contingency to protect operations against revenue volatility, emergencies, unexpected capital needs, and timing differences between revenue collections and expenditures. The FY 2026-27 general fund includes $1,187,000 in operating contingency and $6 million in unappropriated ending fund balance.
Kevin, can I interrupt right there? I would like to know from your perspective, what would be a healthy maybe number or percentage for having an unappropriated ending fund balance? Like what should our target be year to year?
I'm going to answer that on a coming slide.
Okay. All right.
Talk about
Okay. Well, I look forward to it.
Okay.
I'm sorry for interrupting that.
And just want to jump in, we've got somebody in the waiting room.
Thank you.
All right. Maintaining adequate reserves while correcting the structural operating position is a stronger fiscal posture than using accumulated fund balance to sustain recurring costs. It preserves flexibility for future capital investments, protects the county from revenue shocks, and strengthens the credibility of the budget with the public, the budget committee, auditors, grantors, and other external stakeholders. The proposed budget also continues the work of improving appropriation discipline. Budgeted amounts should reflect expenditures that are reasonably expected to occur. Contingency should be budgeted centrally and transparently rather than duplicated across departments in amounts that inflate the apparent cost of ongoing operations. Service delivery and accountability. The county's objective is not simply to spend less. The objective is to spend with greater precision. The fiscal year 2026-27 proposed budget maintains the county's core public service obligations while improving the quality of the financial plan used to manage those services. This budget also recognizes that public trust depends on more than legal compliance. It depends on clear financial information, realistic budget assumptions, consistent reporting, and the willingness to identify issues before they become larger fiscal problems. The proposed budget continues the county's work towards stronger internal financial controls, better budget monitoring, more useful reporting, and improved alignment between departments and countywide priorities. Looking forward, that fiscal year 2026-27 proposed budget is not the end of the county's financial planning work. It is a necessary reset. The next phase will require disciplined execution of strategic plan, continued refinement of capital project sequencing, active grant pursuit, ongoing monitor of general fund operations, and continued scrutiny of recurring expenditure growth. Future budgets will need to preserve the structural balance achieved this year. That will require maintaining discipline used in this budget process, testing requests against actual need, identifying differences in ongoing services and one-time investments, and ensuring that new commitments have sustainable funding sources. The county has made substantial progress. The board has adopted a strategic plan. The board has adopted a formal capital improvement plan, and the proposed budget restores structural balance. Proposed budget also corrects the pension allocation method that became increasingly distorted as participation in the closed plan declined. And these are not routine administrative milestones. Together, they represent a more mature fiscal and governance framework for Morrow County. Conclusion. The FY 2026-27 proposed budget is balanced, structurally sustainable, and aligned with the county's emerging strategic and capital planning framework. It maintains core services, improves budget accuracy, and protects reserves, addresses disproportionate legacy pension cost allocation issue, and continues the county and positions the county to make more deliberate long-term decisions. We thank the Budget Committee, the Board of Commissioners, elected officials, department directors, county staff, and community members who contributed to the process. Their work has helped produce a budget that is more disciplined, more transparent, and better aligned with the county's long-term responsibilities. Respectfully submitted, Matthew Johnson, County Administrator, Government Finance Director, and Budget Officer.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
I think this is really solid what you've done here, you know, all these changes. Is there anything like the BOC could do or someone, I mean, especially like pulling out the reoccurring, separating those out, you know, I think that's great. Spreading the pension around. Is there any policy changes or anything we could do to kind of keep these things that you've got going here, you know, I mean, not amounts, you know, like the, you know, capital improvement plan could, you know, but you've locked in the capital improvement plan as far as taking care of it, acknowledging it, strategic plan. Is there anything that the BOC can do maybe to pass policies or something to keep this structure going?
Yeah, there's a number of just general financial policies that could and are likely to be brought before the board now that we're getting caught up a little bit. Several organizations, municipalities, counties will adopt minimum fund balance policies. They will adopt and implement, and in which establish kind of your reserve levels that Commissioner Peterson was talking about. And, you know, other principles such as set contingency levels, if those were set by policy, that can help kind of control some of that unplanned spending. There's and this will answer Commissioner Peterson's question as well. You know, the contingency amounts for this budget, for example, are set at 5% of appropriations. I think the first budget I did, I set them at 15%, and the second budget, I think last year we were around 10%. This year is at 5%. And that's to just basically create more accountability surrounding the spending. The bigger the buckets are of available money, sometimes the looser those tend to be. So things like that, if they're codified and put into policy, kind of at least create a point that, you know, would have to be addressed by the board in order to deviate from. So those are kind of the standard approach that I take when I prepare the budget. But, you know, if you get tired of me and I'm not here one day, then, you know, it would be up to the next person. But certainly you could adopt some policies in that regard. And then to answer the other part of Commissioner Peterson's question, unappropriated fund balance, which is the working capital in every fund, I've typically taken an approach to set that at 90 days of operating expenses, so 25%. Best practices are 60 days is kind of what Government Finance Officers Association adopts as a best practice. I'm a little more conservative than that, and so I take a little bit more conservative approach. The only exceptions to that would be in the Parks Fund and in the Fair Fund, where there tends to be longer gaps between cash inflows, and those unappropriated fund balances are perhaps longer than that, 90 days.
So that they have a one or two, you know, collection period out of the year, and that's yeah.
And to add on, if I could just add on to some of Kevin's sentiments, The actions, as mentioned in this letter, the actions the BOC took this year, adoption of the strategic plan, the capital and infrastructure plan, those are huge steps to allow us to provide continuing budgetary vision and guidance. There are other steps that we can do. I mean, a constrained capital budget would be where you lock numbers in, and that's the project that's being funded, and it's there. It kind of freezes some things in a little bit more than what we might want to until we have a few years making sure things going on. But just those steps, the ERP system that we're rolling out as we get those on, I anticipate we'll continue to bring in new policies and processes for the BOC to consider in order to strengthen up our budgeting processes, as well as the ability to forecast and make sure that we have a stable fiscal future going forward. And I also just want to comment the whole idea of kind of coming in and leaning down the budget. That was something that Kevin and I talked about. He was a true champion on it. And I do, as I mentioned yesterday at the VOC meeting, appreciate the elected officials and department heads who came in and said, yeah, we've got fluff and we can narrow that down. And so last year's budget was not structurally balanced. And that was partly because of that, because we've always had this fluff factor. And so pulling that down, we can see the real numbers and really plan ahead instead of being a little puffy and then have the extra money. There's advantages either way, but it's nicer, especially with the constrained revenues and everything that we deal with, to know exactly where we're at. And so those steps, the planning initiatives, are all excellent steps, and we appreciate the Board of Commissioners support in allowing us to do those steps.
Well, and I just would like to say, going through this, it was clearly, you could see how budgeting had huge budgets that weren't spent and carried over, which is not like a budget. That's like a dream list. And so, yeah, bringing this into a finer program is more good. And all the hard work that the commissioners decided to take responsibility and move with the capital improvement thing. I think that was a really positive movement, just in case you want to comment.
We appreciate your comment.
Thank you. Any other questions before we move on?
If you went to PERS, is that what the difference is in the retirement program?
So,
Just say yes or no.
yes.
Okay.
Gosh, you almost got me on that, didn't you? Yeah.
You should have practiced looking at a picture of Karen.
I should have.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All right. So up on the screen, this is actually also published on our website, the entire budget document. And this is what I'll be using to display content. We have it available in an online version. That's all indexed and hyperlinked, so it's sometimes a little bit easier to navigate than paper. So our budget process, obviously our process follows the requirements of Oregon local budget law that starts at the beginning with appointment of budget officer and the preparation of the proposed budget and budget message, with a review by the budget committee. And out of the budget committee, we hope to have an approved budget, which then gets noticed publicly before adoption by the Board of Commissioners. And just FYI, we're planning on hopefully doing that at the second meeting in June. Regarding the role of the budget committee is to review the budget, inspect it, ask any questions, do whatever level of diligence you feel is necessary to be satisfied that we put forward a good and defensible and sustainable operating plan for the next fiscal year. If the the majority of the committee feels like we need to modify or make adjustments, that's in the review of the table to do that. Outside of that, I tend to, when as you know, when I present, I'm going to go through at a summary level and not, at a line item detail level, which I understand from prior budget committee meetings that's the preference. But that being said, don't hesitate to ask whatever level of detailed questions. And if I can't provide those answers or Matt can't provide those answers, and we can, find the right person who can. So we want to make sure that you're comfortable with the information that you've been presented. In terms of the structure of the budget, so the county's chart of accounts or general ledger financial structure, we utilize fund accounting, and a fund is a self-balancing set of financial accounts. Think of a fund as an individual business, if you will. Excuse me. The purpose of utilizing the fund structure is in cases where we have restricted revenues that are provided by outside entities that can only be utilized for singular purposes. We want to segregate those from our general revenues. Sometimes we're obligated by law to segregate those from our general revenues. Also for accumulating reserves for capital projects, and in our case, we also have a debt service fund where I accumulate and allocate resources to ensure that we're going to be able to cover our debt service obligations, not only in the near term, but also in future terms. One thing I want to emphasize is, we don't want to ever evaluate all of the funds as if they're interchangeable. Some of them are not. As I mentioned, some of them are, structured specifically for very restricted resources, and they can't be used for any other purposes. Others, reserve funds, they potentially can, but again, would require action by this committee to make modifications to those. Also, although the budget is prepared at the line item detail level, Chair, could we take this I need to recess for just a couple of minutes. That'd be okay?
Yep.
All right. Matt, I don't know if you want to pause it.
Call a recess.
Recessed.
For 5 minutes?
Okay.
Thanks.
So,
You scared him off.
no, I did already.
Yeah.
So, if you remember when you used to do the recycling of the hazardous waste,
Yep.
how can we get that to happen again?
The department has to ask for the funding for the, from the commissioners.
Uh-huh.
And
in this meeting if they can't see us with, very deliberative looking faces.
I couldn't care.
Are we, yeah, we're still.
We're good.
Okay. So we're talking about funds. So the county obviously have one general fund, multiple special revenue funds, and one major capital project fund, a debt service fund, and we also have some reserves. And within those funds, we have organizational units. We refer to them as departments or programs. And sometimes there's programs within departments. We make appropriations in our general fund, typically at the organizational unit level. So there's a difference between budget and appropriations. Budget are all the details that roll up to different appropriation categories. So, beneath, for example, the finance department in the general fund, you'll have personnel services, materials and services, perhaps some capital outlay. And below that, you have all the line item details. But in the general fund, we typically budget at the organizational unit. In the past few years, I've been moving towards preparation of the budget to include budget appropriations by organizational unit in other funds as well. Where we don't have a specific department or whether those appropriations are more non-departmental in nature, then we appropriate by the object classification, which would be those categories I just mentioned, materials and services, personnel services, capital outlay, special payments, interfund transfers, and debt service. Okay, so overview of total revenues and expenditures for the county in this proposed budget, and this includes all funds. We have a total proposed budget of $144,734,514, and you can see that that is an overall balanced budget. Again, this number includes all funds in the county, all governmental funds within the county. And overall, you can see that in expenditures, so in this chart up on the screen here, we've got presented fiscal year 2024 actuals, fiscal year 2025 actuals, our year to date for fiscal year 26, our current or amended budget for fiscal year 26, and our proposed budget. And then the variance shows the differences in the current budget versus proposed budget. Obviously, there is a major increase in capital outlay overall. That's going to be driven primarily by expenditures related to the circuit court building construction, and we had a significant amount budgeted for that this in the current fiscal year. Around about 4 to 5 times that budgeted for expenditure now that the project has obviously started moving forward. Personnel. This is a category I want to I'm going to caveat it once so I don't re-explain this every time we look at a particular department. But overall, you see there's a 5% increase in personnel costs. When we look at departmental budgets, you're going to see some big swings, 10, 15, 80% in some cases. And that is largely going to be because of the redistribution and allocation of the pension plan costs. So think of a department that has a very low tenured staff. So maybe some or most or even all of their staff were hired after 2020 when that plan was closed. Previously, that department hasn't been carrying any of the overhead costs associated with that plan. And now that we redistribute it, that is going to be allocated to that department. And so, although you're going to see some significant departmental variances in personnel costs, just know that overall, that's about a 5% increase in total personnel.
Just we can jump in on there. The most obvious one is the Board of Commissioners administration. We did not give ourselves a 33% raise on personnel. It's just none of us were on the DB plan, but now that's allocated over our area. So just to let the public know, it's
And so the 5% that you're saying average, that's, you're allocating all of this retirement stuff, but there's a 5%.
Budget to budget increase.
And what is that? What does that represent?
That's going to represent costs of increased medical insurance, or not just medical insurance, but increased insurance costs. That's going to be, there's an increase in PERS contributions. And, I'm sorry, no, that's not this year. Some personnel changes. So if there's, and we'll talk about what those exact FTE changes and the reclassifications were. And then the cost of living increase that's been factored into the budget, about 2.7%.
Okay.
So all those things wrap up to about 5% increase.
Union negotiated and salary increases.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was just curious what the COLA was.
So just to emphasize and reemphasize, when you look at total expenses overall for the county, you see a 16% increase. And I just want to make sure that it's very, very clear that that's not due to, operational inflation. That's due to moving forward with our capital plan. And we're starting to expend some of those reserves that we've accumulated. Plus, we are continuing to accumulate additional reserves, which is also included as a budgetary requirement. So operationally, it's not at 16%.
Before we keep going, I've got a couple of questions, Kevin. So at the top of revenues, we've got taxes, and we have fiscal year 26 year to date of 30,879,000, and our budget was 25 million. And maybe Mike can speak to this, but where did we get a $5 million unexpected increase in that?
So within the category of taxes, is included in lieu of tax payments, which would encompass the SIP revenues. And we had about $1.9 million that was not budgeted. Actually, it was more than that because of the bond as well, right? So we didn't budget for the incoming payments related to AWS and the bond coverage, as well as increased payments related to the Wheat Ridge
East project. At this meeting last year, I misspoke. Well, it was the best information I had at the time that the Wheat Ridge East project would not be coming online for this fiscal year that we're currently in. But it did. The Department of Revenue had a different interpretation of that than I did. So anyway, we did receive the SIP funds of about 1.5 million from Wheat Ridge East that was not accounted for in this budget. Same with AWS.
Yeah. And then, so there'll be there's actually going to need to be a budget adjustment in June to
And just a minute.
cover that increased
When you
inflows.
say in this budget, you talking 26 or 27?
I'm talking the one we're in right now.
Yeah, 26.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought so, but it's.
And then my second question on this table is for the federal, state, and local revenues. Our fiscal year 26 budget is 14 million, and our 27 proposed is 20 million. Where are we expecting to see this big jump? Is that just 100% going to be from the courthouse, or where are we expecting that large jump?
Yes, that's going to be largely reimbursements related to the courthouse.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Because grants for everybody in the room, grants are covered under that category. Okay. So this is a look at the county general fund. And this is by, this is a consolidated look. I don't have it broken down here by departments. You'll see expenditures by departments on the upcoming slide here. But overall, you can see total requirements in the general fund are at 2% decrease from the current budget. There's a large transfer out of the general fund. And if you look at, and I handed this out this morning, it wasn't included in your packets. Is a schedule of transfers. There's been some accumulated balance in the general fund, and in order to really keep that fund operational in nature, when there's a balance that's significantly higher than what the reserve requirement, working capital requirement, contingency requirements are, I've taken that balance and allocated it into primarily the other reserve funds, the largest of which I believe was the CIP fund, in order to allocate and start accumulating reserves for projects on the capital improvement plan that we'll talk about in a little bit. And we've talked about structural balance. I touched on that a lot in the budget message. And there's another handout that I gave you this morning. The one that it's included in the budget book, from a, I did not include capital outlay expenditures related to fleet and equipment replacement in the general fund. And it did not include transfers in of revenues from the Finley View landfill license fees that we use to offset the costs associated with the transfer stations. And so it showed a operating surplus of about $440,000, and that's what's in the budget book. And there's two schools of thought when it comes to calculating the structural balance of the budget. Some say you exclude all your capital outlay expenditures. I'm not sure that's a realistic or a sound approach to take, because some of your capital outlay is going to be related to replacement of existing equipment. And that's really, in our general fund especially, an operational cost. It's something that we see year after year after year. So I prepared a second operating budget schedule for you and handed that out this morning. And I've included in that one the interfund transfers in to cover transfer station costs from Finley Butte license fees. I've also included interfund transfers in from the building permit fund, which offset about 10% of our planning department's personnel expenses. And I've included capital outlay in the general fund, which includes our fleet replacement vehicles. And so when you consider that, which I would consider to be our true operational budget in the general fund, we have just over $200,000 surplus. And so when I say we're balanced but thin, it's relative to our total expenditures, that's very thin. But we are balanced. And as long as we are disciplined moving forward and follow the plan, of course, barring any one-time unforeseen issues, which we have other resources to deal with, this is a sustainable structure. Any questions on that? This one might be more busy. Let's do. So I've also provided details of our budgeted SIP revenues that we expect to see. This, keep in mind, and the reason why there's a lot of information on this slide is I wanted to reflect, here's everything that comes in. The community service fees are distributed based on the distribution agreements that accompany each one of the SIP agreements, so the county doesn't retain all of that money. And so I've reflected the incoming amounts, the distributions, and then the amounts that the county is retaining. On the next schedule, you can see where those SIP revenues have been put to use in the proposed budget. By and large, the most significant portion, $4.1 million, be going towards the, well, actually it's closer to $5.8 million to our capital improvement plan. And we'll look at the schedule and the timelines associated with those projects, but that's a very, aggressive plan, and it will require the significant accumulation of reserves next year and the following year in order to be able to carry those out in a reasonable, timely manner. Not all of our SIP revenues are going towards reserves and capital projects, though. You'll see $940,000 are going towards emergency dispatch fund. That's a significant operating subsidy from SIP revenues. The SIP revenues, there's different perspectives on whether or not you want to count that as a recurring stable revenue source or as a limited duration revenue source. I think given the timing that we expect to collect these fees, I think it's a reasonable approach to put some of that money towards operations, but I don't think that we ever want to lose visibility and of that, the potential that those could diminish over time.
So you say timing, and you're talking about the length of time of the agreements? Okay.
Yeah, duration. We also have a significant portion going towards our debt service fund reserve, and I have to look back at our the detailed schedule, and it's in one of the upcoming slides here. We have about 5 years of debt service coverage at this point built up in that reserve, and the strategy that I've taken is to move surplus funding into that in the amount of our principal payments, so that the interest generated that gets distributed back to that fund will cover the interest payments on those principal payments as well. So essentially, we're making sure that we earn enough interest to cover the interest obligation on the
note. Kevin, is this the fiscal year 26 what we use tip revenues for, or is this?
This is what's in the upcoming budget.
Okay, so budget. On the estimated revenues, we've got a total of $7,740,000. So are we pulling from some SIP revenue to get to our total of 9?
Yes.
Okay, so
because the unplanned revenues that were received under the SIP agreements in the current year, rather than make appropriations and do a budget adjustment to address those this year, I've just reflected those as beginning fund balance. What I expect that surplus to be reflected as beginning fund balance for fiscal year 27. So these amounts would include the allocation or use of the beginning fund balance.
Okay.
Sorry if I didn't make that clear.
Yeah.
Appreciate the clarification.
And I got a quick question, and you probably covered this and I started in my head, but do you have a specific year that you use for cutoff for recurring and non-recurring? Did you tell us that and I didn't get it, or?
It depends. I would think when you get to the 10 to 15 year range, that's an adequate planning horizon, where if you know something's going to disappear or may diminish, within a 10 to 15 year time frame, you could probably adjust operations, identify other sources of funding, and address that without it making a significant operational impact. So that's kind of what I use. When I say it depends, unless we're talking about something like the road fund, and if we're utilizing any SIP monies for the road fund, obviously when those SIPs expire, there's a portion or some of that is going to be replaced at that point in time, or leading up to that as well, through tax collection and the tax rolls. And that's problematic for the road fund, because once that occurs, obviously property taxes can't be used for the road fund. So I wouldn't consider SIP revenues to be a permanent source of funding for something like roads and bridges.
Okay, thanks.
In the Economic Development Fund, that was formerly known as the Video Lottery Fund, going back several years. That is the fund that we're administering the Community Assistant Grant Program out of. So we have $342,000 going into that fund of our SIP revenues. OSU Extension Program contract, although that's a recurring regular expenditure that's typically been funded out of the general fund, I reallocated funding from SIP monies to cover that. Again, I really was trying to focus on making sure that our property tax revenues are funding our public safety, public health, all of those very core governmental functions and services that I would think that most of us would consider to be non-discretionary. Not that the OSU extension contract is discretionary, but I think when you're aligning it with versus public health, public safety, there's an order there.
I think it's discretionary but high priority.
Thank you. Yes, that's a better way of putting that. We also have funds allocated towards the Columbia Development Authority support, which I don't know if we've got a clear picture on what that looks like for fiscal 27 yet. But that's based on.
They have something budgeted for.
And it's based on what we know today. And then allocations to IT Reserve, Heritage Trail Reserve, which that project would be encompassed in our CIP plan. Fair operations, that's the other department that's receiving substantial operations support relative to other revenue that's generated by that department, $105,000, almost $106,000. And then our annual payment for the Morrow County Clean Water Consortium of $60,000, and operational support for the Victim and Witness Advocate Program under the District Attorney's Office.
Kevin, so this is the fair fund, that's in addition to what's allocated from the state?
Yes.
Okay, so just to let you know, this is more or less the county's contribution to the fair operations on top of what we get from the state.
Yeah, so between the capital improvement projects and the operational support for the fair fund, there's about $1.6 million of the SIP money that's being allocated to the fair in this proposed budget. The two numbers below that, these are contractual obligations that exist in SIP. One of the SIP agreements, two of the SIP agreements. One is an annual payment to the Community Renewable Energy Association of $21,000. And the other is an allocation of $1 million to the Morrow County School District and the Island School District. And how that gets allocated is determined by their enrollment numbers that they give us on an annual basis. Questions on SIP revenues?
So why is there a distinction between those pass-through payments versus, why are those not included in the community service fee distribution? Is it
Two separate things.
Yeah.
Community service fee is statutory, and the three-up payment of $21,000 was written into the SIP agreement as an additional thing with the Shepherd's Flat, and the school district payment was written into the agreement for Wheat Ridge.
Okay, thank you.
And the TRIA payment for the Shepherd's Flat project, I believe this is its last year for their SIP agreement. That will go away. We'll quit receiving money, SIP money for that, community service fee, additional fees and everything, but the project will go on the tax rolls.
Thank you.
So simply said, just so I make sure I understand, the top part of it is discretionary. The county gets to decide where that money goes. The bottom part of it is in the contract.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, and this table is not going to all fit, but the entire schedule is in the budget book. It's a detail of the resources by fund. So the first table is going to reflect our beginning fund balances. Beginning fund balances are amounts that are carried over from the prior year. Ideally, it's going to be equal to what we planned for unappropriated fund balance plus any unused contingency and reserves. And although that counts as a resource legally under Oregon local budget law, we don't want to, or we don't consider it, I don't consider it to be a source of funding for any ongoing operations. Once that fund balance reaches a point where it's in excess of our working capital requirements or the 90 days of operating cushion that it can provide, I would typically recommend transferring those excess balances into other reserve funds to be put to other uses at that point.
So we've got 11 million in our proposed budget, but we are aiming for 6 million at the end of the year and unappropriated, is because we want to have 6 million as our unappropriated fund balance. That's our 90 days of operating funds. And so we're starting with 11 million as carryover, but we're going to spend that down to 6 million.
Yeah, because there's a little bit over $3 million that's in excess. And then some of that gets utilized. But actually, it's an example of what I was just saying, where we're moving it into a reserve fund so we can allocate it to projects instead of just sitting there as fund balance.
Okay, thank you.
The next schedule has revenues by fund, and these are just total revenues, not including fund balances. So this is just incoming revenue that each fund is expected to receive throughout the fiscal year. Under requirements by fund, the first schedule that we have is a comparison of total expenditures. So this would not include things like reserve for future expenditures, unappropriated fund balance, and operating contingencies. And that's a detailed by fund as well. And then I have shown and reflected our budgetary unappropriated balances and reserves by fund. So this is going to compare our fiscal 26 budget, unappropriated reserves, compared to the FY 27 budget, unappropriated and reserves. Any questions on this? Moving into the capital improvement plan. This is, I guess, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Kevin. I'm having a hard time tracking in between paper and so requirements by fund. What did we go by that, or where are we at?
Yeah, the requirements by fund are that's what we
were
just talking about.
Okay.
Go back to it here.
Yeah, that would be great. So it looks like what are we on track to spend for this year? Because we're at 18 million while we've got a fiscal budget of 28 million. Do we have a very large expense we expect in the next 2 months, or are we going to be significantly under budget?
Okay. From a planning perspective, I will assume that everybody's going to spend their budgets. And that's just a conservative stance to make sure that we're not in a bad position come next year.
Okay. But
Historically, we underspend.
Okay. And so, all right. And then next year, if we continue to underspend, maybe we tighten a little more.
Or we crack the whip and tell people if we have things budgeted, get them done.
Okay. Actually,
No.
yeah.
Because otherwise we're having deferred maintenance, deferred projects that aren't getting completed. That goes contrary to the strategic plan and the CIP. And fortunately, not to put everything on the ERP, but there's other schedulings and with these plans where we can start tracking performance and say, hey, we got this. Case in point, this year, we had a certain amount for furniture with transition kind of things and personnel. We aren't going to spend all that money for furniture. We'll probably have $25,000 left over that's going to push forward into general fund balance. Mm-hmm. And that was just a non-specific item. But when we have items for, repairing the mortar on the historic courthouse, mm-hmm. we need to get that done. They've done a good job around the building. They still need to do some work down on the wall on the street level. We need to get that money spent by June 30th, because it does us no good to show a fund balance pushing forward if we have crumbling walls still going on.
Right.
So those are things that we've just got to continue to work and and just refine, get that. It looks good on the budget sheets if we suddenly have these balances, but it looks bad in reality because we don't have things getting done.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was going through and I've got a lot of highlights of budgets or line items, I guess would be a better way to say it, where we're not even anywhere close to.
And some of those operations maintenance for since I brought up facilities, some of that is you're not sure. What if something happens? What if a request comes in? Mm-hmm. So some of that's going to be natural push forward. But until June 30th comes forward, which is after we're considering this, we don't want to cut back on any of those until we know June 30th it hasn't happened.
Okay. Well, I had a whole lot of highlights, but I think that answers most of them. So
I can print the whole page in yellow if you'd like. Looking at it from over here, a lot of yellow on that page.
No. Okay.
Yeah, there's.
And so I guess on that point, where does the delta go if we do not spend our budgeted money? I mean, what do we do with it in that scenario? Because right now we're at 47 million and we have a budget of 72 million.
So any money that's not spent, I'll speak just broadly, any fund, is going to become the fund balance for that fund for the next fiscal year.
Okay.
Once something becomes fund balance, if it's in excess of our fund balance requirements, I would typically move that to a reserve in the following year. The exceptions to that would be, any special revenue funds or grants where we have a program that we're expected to carry out. Then it's just something that didn't happen here, and maybe it's going to happen in biennium, the second year of the biennium under that grant. But it's just resources carried forward to the following year. What we don't do is carry forward budget by department. So in the general fund, if it's carrying forward, unless there's a specific major project, which would unlikely be in the general fund anyways. But if there was a specific restriction, actually I misspoke. So we have a good example of that would be like some of the CRES revenue that the sheriff's office has been awarded but hasn't spent. That's in fund balance, but that's still being tracked and committed and restricted specifically for the sheriff's office. In future years, we do have a sheriff's reserve fund. I'm actually going to propose moving that. I just overlooked it when I prepared the budget. Most of the time, that's not going to exist in the general fund. So,
Okay. Other people are allowed to ask questions too. But thank you, Kevin. That answers my questions.
for the record, that was not possible to answer with one word.
It was too much yellow.
Oh, my capital improvement plan. Okay. So I apologize. I had intended to include a copy of the capital improvement plan as an appendix to the budget document, but I neglected to attach that. It is widely available. If you'd like a copy, I'm sure the commissioners are familiar with it, but if any of the budget committee members would like that, I can certainly get you a copy of it. These are the projects that are reflected in the 5-year capital improvement plan. What you see in the first column on the left is the total cost of the project. And what you have in the following columns are the requirements for those projects by year. So our capital budget has been aligned with our capital improvement plan, as one would expect it to be. This is a big step, and I really appreciate the board, providing the support to engage with the consultant and have Matt move forward, and everybody that was involved with that. I know Mike, he was on that team as well, among others. This helps, translate. Well, gosh, I hear on the, from some people, county's got $60 million. Well, yeah, we do, but there's a purpose for it. And this helps tie it to the purpose. And it's very easy to reflect when we have a plan and a document like this, what the intended uses and commitments are for the funds that we do have. And it helps complete the story and illustrate a good picture. So our total fiscal 2027 budget for capital improvement plan related expenditures is $28.1 million. The lion's share of that, of course, is going to be the just shy of $26.4 million for the county courthouse, the circuit courthouse construction. We also have a multi-year plan with phase 1 for the flood mitigation at the fairgrounds. This next item on here, the dance hall and arcade project at the fairgrounds, at $1 million is funding that was received from the state specifically for the use of capital infrastructure improvements at county fairgrounds. So that is a restricted use of funds, and we have that already in a special revenue fund. Stadium stabilization and ADA access to the stadium. Again, another multi-year project with phase one beginning in FY27. Same with the historic courthouse seismic upfitting. The library and museum roof, we've actually been accumulating reserve funds for that project for the last 2 years, I believe. And we are hoping to move forward with that project right on July 1 or whenever Sandy can get the RFP posted for that and be ready to go if this budget gets approved.
So what is your responsibility to the library?
We own the building, we lease the land.
Okay, and then the library leases
From
the county
The county.
and the museum.
is owned by the county and we contract with the Farm Foundation to operate it.
Okay, okay.
Heritage Trail construction and improvements. This is a little bit looser in terms of what the timeline looks like. You can see that it goes for a long time. It's a big project. It's $11.7 million. There has been a master development plan, and maybe I'm not using the right words on that, Matt, to put together for that entire project. And I believe right now, correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, but it is being kind of reviewed and broken into phases. And then each one of those phases will be, attacked or approached independently. And the intention is to seek and maximize our grant funding for further, development and execution of that master plan.
For this board's consideration, what we're looking at is, engineering at more or less phase one, phase two. While this kind of shows a complete development, this would be the difference between a constrained and a pre-flow. This is a pre-flow, the CIP thing where we put all the money for everything in there. But realistically, we're going to be flexible. We're going to get that engineering done, work in 2028 based on grants and additional things to match those. And then looking at phases 3 and 4 past 2030, gap those out as appropriate for land acquisition agreements, availability of funds and grants and such. But we are looking to, in this next fiscal year budget, to start engineering and really positioning for redevelopment of phase 1 and 2, which would encompass from Irrigan to the Boardman area of that trip, which would likely be the most used. Mm-hmm.
Next on our list, public health building in Boardman is in rough shape and needs to be addressed. And there's a project on the CIP to do that. Again, the structure of that and what that looks like. Is it a renovation? Is it a new building? Is it perhaps a partnership with a community partner? Largely to be determined. We don't have any budgeted expenditures in fiscal 2027 related to it. But as you can see, the intention is to move forward in the following fiscal year through 2030. Sheriff's Office building is another building that is in need of some TLC and maybe a new one altogether. I think that's what's actually reflected in the $15 million in the capital improvement plan. We have budgeted $45,000 for some initial feasibility site review type activities that are expected to occur in fiscal 2027 with obviously some pretty substantial future requirements out through fiscal 2031. Transfer station improvements. These are infrastructure and capital improvements at the north and south transfer stations, and $747,000 will be well positioned to move forward on that in the following fiscal year, 28. improvements for Anson Wright, facilities improvements at Anson Wright Park. That item, and we'll see more on the next slide, we have the goal is to accumulate 25% of that cost through county resources and then seek grant funding for the balance of that. So we want to have the county matching portion ready to go in hopes that we're able to identify grant funding there. The Public Works Electrical Management Generator, this one is this one's a little bit looser, not as clearly defined project. During the commissioners or Matt, jump in and correct me because you were at this meeting as well. But there was a lot of possibilities discussed, a new public works facilities that consolidates the need for, an improved weed department facility. What does that look like? And I think that needs to be, the goal is to identify and define that a little bit better in the next fiscal year. But the timing of this project is pushed out, to fiscal year 2031. Once the entire scope and nature of that project is defined, I think we'll have more clarity on the timing of what those requirements are going to be. But suffice it to say, there's a need, and there's multiple possible solutions to meet that need. And it's just identifying what that looks like.
And just for the budget committee members' understanding, our first crack at the CIP plan, we kind of jumped in, took all these. It was a big push. Great work done, but we will be revisiting this as a committee every year to refine that. This is one of those ones where it's specifically for electrical and generator setup, because as our public works complex in Lexington grew, it's got about 3 different electrical feeds in there that's just kind of a mess. We'd like to consolidate that, make it good, so it could, set up a consolidated building for public works and other things. So there's a lot of big ideas behind it. That's why it's a little bit 5 years out, so we can accrue a little bit more funds and really figure that out through the CIP process. But we wanted to put a bookmark there to say this is a priority for the county.
Listen, do you have a dollar amount where it might jump from general maintenance to capital improvement?
Oh, this is definitely under the capital improvement.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking on any project. If you have another facility that needs work, at what dollar amount do you say, okay, that's not maintenance anymore, that's capital?
I mean, for this budget, we used $100,000.
Yeah, $100,000 was the level we started out for the CIP. So we've got like IT projects and smaller facility projects that's not in the CIP, but are defined in, accounting principles at capital projects. They're just not CIP projects.
So, Kevin, I have a question, kind of a different direction. So, like on the fairgrounds, you said that's $1 million as a grant that you guys already have. So, the interest off of that, does that go back to whatever the interest that the county gets off of? Would it go back to this project, or does that go to a general fund type of a deal, or how do you guys deal with interest?
So to make it simple, what we do is we let the interest accumulate in the fund that the money's in, but it becomes a general revenue with one exception. It becomes kind of a general revenue that we can utilize for anything. What we've done is, because we've actually received that $1 million 2.5 years ago, is utilize the interest generated on that to address some of the more ad hoc capital needs that have come up at the fairgrounds. For example, they needed a complete fire suppression system replacement in the arena. And that was kind of something that came up within the last 90 days or so.
So you kind of keep it in the department
Yeah,
More or
try to align it with the,
Okay.
so generally speaking, that interest, it really should be used for in alignment with what the principal balance was that earned it. In some cases, there's a requirement. In some cases, there isn't. And so that's why I said to keep it simple, just tend to
It
just follow
just
that
goes
premise.
into general revenue that you get to go wherever. Okay. That answers my question. Thank you.
So the, again, fiscal year 27, CIP related capital budget, $28.1 million. And that leaves $44.8 million of future requirements through fiscal 2034. Where are we going to get all that money? Well, because of prudent financial planning and decision making, we have 40% of it in total. So we have the lion's share of it. Much more than I was pleased to see how much of this we were able to fund as I went through this project by project. Obviously, our circuit court construction are in combination with revenues and grant reimbursements and our budget reserves. That project is 100% funded. The way I outlined this, I showed total costs, our fiscal year 2027 budgeted reserves against what the total future requirement is. And the balance to fund column shows how much money we need to generate to move forward with that project. With the exception of the grant funding for the fairgrounds, and that's going to be done this year in fiscal 27. Most of these projects, I kind of assumed a prioritization based on which projects we've been accumulating reserves for the last several years. A lot of those carried forward into the CIP. With the exception of the circuit court building, though, these funds could be reallocated. For example, we already had $2.1 million in reserve and allocated towards a public works facility. So that shows 100% funded. If the board wanted to, release that or push that out until we define it and commit that funding to a project that in the interest of completing it sooner, then could be reallocated to do that. I don't think outside of the circuit court, there's any restrictions on any of the reserves that we have built here.
But that reallocation, would it stay within, it would necessarily stay within capital improvement? I mean,
yeah.
That's what I've always been concerned with. It's discretionary, and sometimes it's pretty easy to reach over there with your hand and take some out for other things.
Yep. So this is, and when I say reallocation, I'm talking within our capital improvement fund, reallocation to various capital projects. So this is these are allocations that I developed based on my understanding of priorities and intent. But if we wanted to fund and accelerate, a different project that's already in here, we could, that would even be an adjustment to the proposed budget.
You reach over, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about other people who have projects that come along that they want to get funded. They kind of look at that fund. Not grant money, of course, but.
Yeah, well, the way that's structured for any of these funds anyways, that would have to be reviewed by the Capital Review Committee. Is that what it's called, Matt?
Mm-hmm. Capital.
It'd be reviewed by the Capital Review Committee, and we'll go through that process of being vetted for consideration and inclusion in the capital plan. And once we have that capital plan, any changes or anything that's incorporated, what funding or reserves we're gonna commit to those projects and in what amounts ultimately comes down to the Board of Commissioners and the commitments that you want to make. And that can happen as part of the budgeting process. That can happen outside of the budgeting process.
Some of those come through, don't some of the SIP agreements specify capital improvements or specifically? It seems to me the last one had a $5 million specific set in there. Is that, yeah.
Yeah, we received a $5 million, what do they call it, community development charge. And that was a one-time payment from an AWS SIP agreement that went into the capital improvement fund. Money in the capital improvement fund is restricted for capital expenditure of projects within that fund. Yeah. To change that, it would be a decision, official decision by the board.
What you're saying is inside this fund, if the one that's 51% funded right now, you could make that 100% funded if the board desired. It can be moved around inside this.
If they wanted to defund every project and build a sheriff's office next year, that's a possibility. I just wanted to, my main intention is to just illustrate that this is based on my understanding of where the projects would be prioritized, and it's not set in stone. The board is able to reallocate and reprioritize.
So how often are they going to meet and look at this? Once a year?
So our plan is once a year. And so we did the big lift this last year. It starts in August, September. So I need to start getting it rolling already. And that way we can have that ready, bring it before the BOC in December timeframe, January timeframe, and then get that to Kevin to incorporate the next year's budget.
And so next year, some of these projects might be completed.
Hopefully they'll be underway in 27 by the time we start looking at this, and we can have some other input on future considerations as well.
Okay, so then you'll add another project as they get completed.
Yes.
And then they'll roll out for more years.
Technically, we're on a 5-year CIP,
Right.
6-year with the current year. And so every year we'll be looking and entertaining projects to go forward and making adjustments of what really was funded by this group and the VOC and adjust it back and forth. So
Okay, so if a need comes up,
then
you could bump one of these to something down farther. And
there's one word answer. Yes.
There's more projects listed, just not on this list.
Okay.
They didn't make this cut.
Okay.
So there's another set of projects, right, Matt?
Yes.
Okay,
So-
that's
Yep.
A long list.
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Yes. Ours is like 2 or 3 pages. Yeah. Okay.
When we get on lunch break, I'll go get the plan and I'll show it to you.
Hey. So the items on that plan, though, do not. That's not the total of all the capital expenditures and plans for the proposed budget. Just to acknowledge right out of the gate here, I mean, you'll see like, an airport infrastructure improvement project, $375,000. Well, why wasn't that considered in the capital improvement plan? Well, because it was the first year and didn't capture everything. And there's some overlap. There's things that are, the airport improvement plan is developed and already kind of in progress, as were some of the other projects that are listed here. And I think the intention is to kind of broaden the scope and further delineate, those projects and requests that are, that live outside of that CIP review, that capital review committee, and which ones live inside of that. So just to acknowledge.
What under finance department, what does ERP stand for?
That's a great question. I'd love to tell you all about it. That stands for Enterprise Resource Planning System. That's the finance, HR, procurement, software platform project.
Okay, it's just like a software program.
Yes, that's currently underway.
Okay.
It encompasses finance, accounting, asset management, time cards.
And puts everything into one system.
Most of it.
Most things.
Yeah.
The I've also included on here, not everything is would be considered a capital project. For example, in emergency dispatch, they're doing a major upgrade or replacement of their reporting and event logging system, which is the primary system that's used in dispatch. And that's a joint project with Umatilla County. It's not likely, most of it's not even going to be capitalized, but because it's a major project, so it kind of falls outside of those normal operating expenses, it warrants consideration of, outside of that, because we have to obviously allocate, funds that are intended for project type use rather than operating type uses. Any questions on any of these?
This is going to be nitpicky about an ice machine that's $35,000. What kind of an ice machine?
It's a big one. It's for the OHV park, so they can fill big bags of ice and sell it to the campers that are there. So it's a commercial grade high production machine, and we make pretty good revenue off that selling ice.
That's a pretty expensive ice machine.
And it's working up outside. It's not like an indoor one. It is a pricey unit, but it's set for high capacity, so we don't run out of ice.
And outside, not in a building.
I don't believe it is. If it is, it's in a shop building, not a fully insulated building.
And there's I think there's an ROI associated with that one.
Oh yeah,
Right. It's going to pay for itself.
Oh,
yeah. We don't give away the ice.
no, I'm sure. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Well, I have some, but I'll save them to the department. I'll get to there.
Okay. Is everybody doing okay? We're moving into personnel. Or anybody need a break?
Go a little longer.
No, we went 1 or 2.
Let me see what did. Total countywide personnel budget, just shy of $21.7 million. As we already talked about, 5% increase over the current budget. And we've talked about the most significant change was the different allocation methodology for the pension plan. We had so I presented our total personnel costs by department and our staffing plan, which is FTEs by department, by position. You'll note that, for example, in our Public Works Administration, our Public Works Director at 0.55 FTE. You'll also find Public Works Director in other departments. That's because we distribute and allocate his time. So not a single department that has one full FTE for that position. And there's a few positions that are like that. In terms of what the staffing changes and reclassifications were for fiscal 2027 included in this budget, they were fairly minimal. So every year, and this is kind of it used to be the first thing that started off the budgeting process. Now it kind of is moving forward, commensurate with the capital plan. we have a process that we go through where department heads review their staffing needs and requirements and submit any requests for additional FTEs or reclassification of existing positions that are then reviewed by the Personnel Review Committee with a subsequent recommendation being made to the Board of Commissioners. Out of that process, the whatever ends up being approved by the Board of Commissioners is what's incorporated into the coming year's proposed budget. So overall, it's actually a net decrease in FTEs. I've detailed all of the individual changes, what positions are eliminated to fund other positions and what positions have been reclassified, so on and so forth. The biggest reduction comes out of our road department and public works with a net reduction of almost 3 FTEs. Our public works director and his staff sat down and really spent some time and identified, what their requirement and what their actual need is for staffing versus, what they've had in the past, because there's been some things that have changed their approach. For example, looking at contractors or third parties performing some of the capital work that's not as frequent and less common. And but when it's going on, it puts a pretty big burden on your resource requirements, and focusing on making sure that we have the adequate staffing to maintain the normal day-to-day ongoing maintenance and operations of the road network. Anyways, the result of that was a net reduction, as you can see there. We had
question. So was it actual reduction or was it moving them into other departments?
No, this is a net headcount and cost reduction.
Okay.
They had, they're looking at a different process. You'll notice we did get a new mechanic to balance off that. They're like, we need more help in the shop. We think we can be leaner. Just understanding the restrictions of road funds from the state. And they're just trying to be a little bit leaner to be responsive to that aspect.
That's why I was wondering if it was in a different, we're going to see those people somewhere else or.
Yeah. No reduction in force. It was just as people left, we just hadn't backfilled those positions.
Okay.
There's just over around $2.3 million of highway gas tax that comes to the road department, and their budget is substantially higher than that. And so that's a common discussion that I have with them. It started by them. I'm not the one bringing it to them, but they're very aware of the need to plan for the future. Most of the other changes were fairly minimal. Is there any questions on any of those? Any other questions? All right, the last item under compensation is the and this is this one in your light there?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the County Compensation Board. This is a statutory board that exists to review and make recommendations to the Board of Commissioners regarding the salaries of elected officials. And then historically, we've also incorporated the district attorney stipend that's paid, which isn't technically required to be reviewed or recommended upon by this board. So out of the compensation board review, committee review and deliberations, they have landed on this recommendation. Our Board of Commissioners reviews this reviews the recommendation provided by the compensation board. They can choose to, modify it. They can choose to disregard it. They can choose to implement it as recommended. In this case, I guess not implemented as recommended. The step after the board reviews it is reviewed by the budget committee. And ultimately it has to pass the muster of this committee. And what we have is most of the changes. Well, I've listed all of the changes in the percentage increase column. The discussion kind of is focused on the base increase, what I would consider the base increase of 2.7%, which is the cost of living adjustment that's incorporated into the countywide personnel budget. And then in some cases, the compensation board felt it was prudent to recommend additional increases beyond that based on the information that they were provided and reviewed and deliberated on.
My only comment is, as fun as it is, we do not actually have a justice of the peach. Wrong state.
We do now.
And they got a 5% increase.
Whoever that is.
With your recommendations, we can.
I think he's just a peach of a justice.
I can't wait to maybe offer to order Judge Steele's new business cards. Thank you.
Yeah, I got a kick out of that one already.
So 5%, like you say, 2.75 is. Do they take into consideration how difficult the job is or what the requirements are? So do they give them the same kind of increase every year, or do they really seriously go, okay, I know life's been tough this year, but you only get 3%?
So, if you don't mind, I headed this committee as interim HR director this year. It varies from each year. This year there was a 2.7% increase because of COLA.
Yeah.
Usually that's a given on consideration, and then they add a certain amount of percentage or recommend based on what's going on with comparable counties and that. Occasionally there is cases on that. We allow each elected official to submit a letter just explaining what's going on. We have had adjustments for like the assessor, tax collectors, the SIP, and all the CREZ items came on, realizing that's a lot more work in that way. And so this year, if you notice, there's a little bit more of adjustment for the sheriff, partly because we want to make sure there's an appropriate buffer between him and his next direct report. And we've got a person who's been in 25 years as the undersheriff. So we want to make sure there's a little bit more of a bump. So we have looked at it. This one, we looked at 5 very comparable counties just to adjust. Several of the elected officials just said, at least the COLA, please let us know. And that, so they did request that. And so adjustments were based on that, but the committee recommended giving a little bit more just to make sure we're more in line with neighboring and comparable counties.
And keeping your clothes.
Yes.
What is the district attorney's stipend?
So the district attorney is a state employee. So he's paid by the state, but counties are allowed to provide additional stipends to make it more competitive. That's kind of a pass the buck kind of thing from the state, but they are doing county. They're the ones who represent the county at the Justice of the Peace and any kind of court actions there. And so that amount is set up to kind of make sure that we have a competitive DA salary to make sure people are willing to come and run for that office. So
Yeah, another duty of the DA is to assist the tax collector in tax foreclosure proceedings. So that's another county function.
And we also take on kind of ad hoc medical examiner duties, either coordinating that or going in, yep, that person's dead. So kind of activities.
There's gotta, you could have, maybe there was another way to say that, Matt, but okay. Point
Yes.
Yeah, there was no doubt.
Well, I draw up in my office. Please have someone besides Justin check on me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe one of the nurses from upstairs.
Yeah.
Any questions there?
It could be a great place to take
Okay.
a break.
Divert, yeah. Okay. So we'd like to take a break for a minute, so
Okay, how long? You wanna?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
So we're gonna take a 5-minute break and come back at 11:05.
Recording in progress. I heard it.
Yeah.
Chair, just a quick agenda note. We have, what time was she gonna bring lunch? At noon. We have lunch coming in. And then I wanted to make sure that just everybody was aware we'll have to probably recess for 5 minutes.
We need
Or
to
come back late from lunch for 5 minutes late from lunch.
We have a special session for the BOC. There was an invoice that we need to approve that was going to be yesterday. It'll take us 5 minutes. We'll go downstairs, do it downstairs, and come right back.
Okay, very good. So when we reconvene after lunch, it'll be more at the 1:05 timeframe, if that's okay. And then we had a second public comment session scheduled at 1:30. Because everybody wasn't able to make it in the morning. So very good.
Like tinfoil.
The organization of our budget changed a little bit this year.
Especially we go right up first.
When you look at the county financial statements, we have our financial statements grouped on our annual report into different functions, general government, public safety, transportation. And I've been working towards modifying our structure in our accounting system and on how we build our budgets and budget books to match that. So a little bit of a change. First, we're going to start with general government, and general government contains the core governance and administration for the county. So that includes the Board of Commissioners and Administration Department, Finance, Tax and Assessment, County Clerk's Office, Justice Court, IT, Human Resources, Community Services Administration, and then other general fund non-departmental activity. Oh, maybe I should click on the link here. So currently, 6 FTEs tied to the this department. I just want to call out county council is really, it's a contract, and it's not really a full FTE. That I just didn't have another way to represent that in the workforce planning system. So actual hours worked is less than 6, but because we contract with district attorney for county council services, portion of his compensation for that goes to the Board of Commissioners and Administration part. Sorry about that. Okay. And this is the only time I'm going to call it out, but you'll see what I was talking about with our personnel services, and for the sake of our board and Matt, I want to make sure everybody's very clear that we are not increasing compensation to those individuals by $180,000. That is just reflective of the change in cost allocations related to the defined benefit pension plan.
I think this is the only department that you see that drastic of an adjustment.
Yeah.
The other
Well,
ones
we're the only ones that's 100% people who were not on the previous plan.
Exactly.
So overall, compared to our fiscal year 2026 budget, which was just over $1 million. We have a proposed budget of 1.1 million, but you can see from a materials and services perspective, we were consistent with the guidance that we gave at the onset of the budgeting process for fiscal year 27. And that was to look for areas to trim and streamline. And so we had a 13% reduction in our materials and services in the Board of Commissioners and Administration Department. So there's a lot of these, so I'm going to go through them fairly quick. So just stop me if I'm moving too fast. Next on our list, we have finance and accounting. Yeah, so primary role for the finance department, budget development, accounting, financial reporting, accounts payable, support and review for payroll. Also included last year, procurement and risk management coordination. And we're also the primary department that interacts with our external auditors. We didn't have any 5 FTEs budgeted in the finance department that seem to be continuing at various rates of being filled. We do have an opening right now for an accounting tech now that we'll be posting, or I think it's actually been posted this week. So for this department, I don't want this to look self-serving, but there is actually an increase in materials and services. And this is a issue related to an issue that brought to the Board of Commissioners earlier this fiscal year. So my department is primarily involved and I am specifically project managing the implementation of our ERP system, the Enterprise Resource Planning System. The time commitments to that are extensive. It's not uncommon to see 25 to 30 hours a week spent solely on that project. And that's been going on for several months and is expected to continue for several months as compounding that. So we're scheduled to go live with our financial system in July or October. But with the end of our fiscal year in June, there's going to be a lot of our go live activities that are going to conflict with our fiscal year end and audit preparation activities. Combine that with our relatively unstable staffing that we've had since I've been here in the department. We felt it was prudent to engage with an outside accounting firm to get some audit preparation and fiscal year end support so that we can ensure that we have the resources necessary to keep our go live of our financial system and module on schedule in October. So that increase was actually a $100,000 increase to consulting services. So net of that, we actually had a decrease, but it's not expected to continue year over year to the extent that it will need to for this coming year, so that we can accommodate some pretty significant conflicting projects. Other than that, nothing too exciting in finance. Not that there ever is much.
I know, we have this whole budget. What do you mean? This is very exciting.
True story. Budget preparation doesn't impact the budget much though. So assessment and tax. So supports property assessment, tax rolls, and exemptions and collection related processes related to property taxes. the complexities associated with the SIP agreements that are brought on. Also, I want to call out especially Mike Gorman, our assessor. There's overall everybody was responsive when we gave out the initial direction when we kicked off the budgeting process for fiscal 2027. That we needed to maintain or reduce and make sure that we're only budgeting for money that and resources that we need to have to accomplish our goals and our missions. And some people really ran that. And when I tell you, like Mike went through his budget in great detail and spent a lot of time and effort and ended up with what you see is about an 18% reduction in his materials and services spend. So thank you. I appreciate that and wanted to make sure I gave him the call out because it was a great effort. Overall for the department, we're seeing what ends up being a 7% or $88,000 reduction in total expenditure budget for fiscal 2027.
So again, most of that is decrease in the budget, is stuff that wasn't being spent year to year. That cost save.
Yeah, I mean, like it was like 50. I didn't have a big material services budget anyway. 190,000. I think I cut around just short of 50 off of it. Bulk of that was in my software line item for our assessment tax software, where I keep a cushion in there in case we got some goofy legislation that needed to hire, pay for some reprogramming or something like that.
Okay. But we'll see that throughout the budget, and most of that's going to be not necessarily spending less, but budgeting less.
And that was the point. To my knowledge, I'm not aware of any reductions that were made that are going to affect actual operation or service delivery. There are some, they weren't reductions, but in a couple of departments where we did not accommodate the requested increases that could affect what they wanted to provide. But I think there's a difference between the two, right? Yeah. So. County treasurer. So she kind of got she was very small on materials and services budget anyways, but reviewed and reduced where possible. And then she's one of the departments where there actually ended up being a reduction in personnel because of the change of the benefit plan. No significant changes in that department besides the overall 16% expenditure reduction. The clerk's budget supports elections and recording documents, public records, board records, and various related statutory functions. She also oversees I think I got this right. It's now Property Value Appeals Board. And then there's an election modernization grant fund, which is for grant funding that was received a couple of years ago, and we're expected to finish spending through that fund in fiscal year 2027. And then there is an additional fund referred to as the Clerk's Records Fund, and I've got a summary of that's a fund that's established by statute and of how that revenue in that fund is collected and what those monies can be used for. Overall, kind of an odd FTE count here, 3.88 in the department, but she has some part-time positions for election workers and office assistants in that budget. Again, a lot of effort went into reviewing and right sizing the materials and services budget, and appreciate that. Overall, for the general fund, county clerk's department, you see a 22% reduction in budget. And I will say, there was various levels of trepidation because there's concern, as like Mike just mentioned, if the legislature does something goofy and he's got to do something, they're concerned about not having the resources to do it. And I think though through our processes and what the board has shown, we're going to be at least if something does occur, that's what our general operating contingency is for, the general fund is. And I think that we've seen a lot of support from the board when we've had to access that contingency and make those adjustments as necessary when things come up. So we just want to be cognizant of that moving forward. Like I said, our election modernization fund, this was just a fixed amount of grant funding that came in to use for specific purposes related to improvement of and modernization of election processes and equipment. And we expect to be spent through that fund in fiscal 2027. There's been a few small purchases of equipment, but largely, I think it was starting last year, some of the cybersecurity tools that the state had previously paid for, and they determined that they weren't going to be paying for going forward. So we kind of got that cost dumped on us, and we utilized these funds to cover that. Any other questions? Any questions about the county clerk's office? Justice Court. I don't know if you recall, but the Justice Court didn't have one significant increase in his budget, and that was a capital outlay request for the replacement of the county vehicle that he utilizes. Outside of that, see a small reduction in materials and services, and again, a little bit of a reduction in total personnel costs. But even considering the capital outlay expenditure that is included for the vehicle purchase, which is just it's not a recurring annual expenditure, we see a total of a 6% decrease in the general fund Justice Court Department. There's another fund in the budget that is budgeted for related to Justice Court. I think it's the fines, fees, and bails, or Justice Court Clearing Fund. Although that's included in the budget because statutorily it needs to be as more of an internal service fund. The purpose of it is as fines, fees, and other various revenues related to the Justice Court are collected, they go into that fund, and then they're just distributed right back out of that fund, either to various county departments or state. So because it's basically just a pass-through fund, the way that budget is put together is, here's the average of what we collected, and we assume all of it gets 100% distributed. Information technology. Got a 7% reduction in materials and services for IT department. Just as a refresher, the county contracts with City of Hermiston to provide IT management support services. I work with Jordan, who's the director of IT for the City of Hermiston, directly on planning for other projects and whatnot that lie kind of outside of that day-to-day operating scope. I can tell you that the service provided by the City of Hermiston has been very value added versus the alternative, which would be to house our own IT department, which would be considerably more expensive to get the level of services that we are getting from them. And they've played a very key role, an active role beyond even what I would expect in the ERP implementation project. So those hours that I was talking about, Jordan is right there with us for most of that time. So big value add. We also have in the IT, under the IT department, a technology reserve fund. This is where the majority of major projects and capital expenditures are found and accounted for. The funding that's in here right now, you'll see, when it was actually identified on that capital project slide, significant portion of the capital outlay amounts for fiscal 27. I think it was around $400,000 would be the remaining expenditures on the ERP project. And then we have a couple of other significant projects that we're in the second phase of, and one of those are both. So first one is access control systems, so the automatic door locks and keyless access for various facilities around the county. Phase one was this year. We're consolidating to a single administrative system for those. And then phase two would be to further deploy that in buildings and areas that it's non-existent. Bartholomew building is at the top of that list for fiscal 27. And then also the same type of effort with some of the video surveillance systems that were very fragmented. And we had multiple systems across the county that were being used. And
I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I had a question about IT.
Mhm.
When the county owns the equipment, but are they IT? They set up the process to purchase and give us a recommendation. Right? Is that how it works? Are they required to go out to an RFP and pay competitive bid and all that stuff?
So we do it. Most of our equipment and hardware is purchased under a cooperative purchase agreement through Dell. So we don't need to go through a competitive procurement process for things that aren't covered under that contract, because there's various other vendors that we need to purchase stuff from. When IT needs something, they let me know about it. I make sure that we have considered that and have availability in the budget, and then we'll procure it. Sometimes I'll have them go out and get whatever necessary bids and quotes are necessary to do that. And we may even at times potentially use Sandy for that. But we still, because it ends up being the county that's paying for it, procuring it, we still have to follow all the procurement laws. All of the majority of all the hardware, PCs, and whatnot that are used at the county are on a 5-year rotation cycle, so that we can eliminate any big spikes and issues. We try to stabilize those costs as best as possible.
I'm sorry. So when you say all the PCs and things, is that across all departments? So this all goes into the IT, not mattering. Because I know in the past, like, it seemed like departments budgeted for that, but you brought it all into one department.
Most of it. Would you like me to expand?
I mean, I would, but I don't want you to.
Well, I think it's easier for IT to manage when applications, units run out of warranty, run out of security, all that kind of stuff. So does that make sense, Kevin? So
Yeah,
IT manages all of, everything. I have a laptop, I also have a desktop, so.
Right.
And so.
But you're not budgeting for those things anymore.
Well,
That's budgeted by
it
IT.
depends.
Well,
There's some, Mike, no, that's incorporated into the normal rotation.
Mhm.
If somebody has a need for or desire to have something other than what their standard equipment would be required for whatever purpose they're doing, they're going to manage that in their own budget. We're not going to manage that in IT budget.
yeah, so like my big
Cycle.
white format printer for printing
Right.
plats and maps.
That's
I do
yours.
budget for that,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
We just, as a budgeting tool, we use, there's general costs of just taking care of business. And so those things are lumped under general fund, general, non-departmental.
Water, sewer, garbage, electricity.
Right, okay.
Well,
Well, not non-departmental.
Yeah, you're right.
There's a department.
It's under IT.
Yeah, so the normal
Jen,
stuff that we need to use, yeah. If, Matt wants the new latest and greatest, Surface or, iPad or something, he's gonna take that out of his department. We're not gonna cover that out of the
Okay.
IT because we only plan for what the required business equipment is for that.
Or specialized equipment that might be grant.
like the
related.
printer,
Yes.
Sheriff's office, the MDTs in their
Right.
patrol vehicles.
okay.
well, when they come to you and say, okay, your laptop's due for rotation, who sets up that rotation time?
I work on and review that with IT several times, almost monthly. We're working on. We have the list of all of our PC inventory. We make purchases throughout the year, and that's not just our PCs. So it's our PCs, our laptops, our servers, and network infrastructure. Yeah.
There's a set rotation time. I
Right.
just wondered who set that. We do, they do.
It's set. There's not a formal policy. There was a determination some point before I came to the county. I'm assuming that came from an IT recommendation.
Yeah.
I think it's set at 5 years right now for your laptops and your PCs. That's consistent with best practices. So
Yeah, and I'm not disputing the length. I mean, because IT stuff, I'm just wondering who set that amount.
it's based on IT's recommendation. Yeah. Human Resources Department. There were some costs for specific projects. I think one of them was compensation study. That was a 1 year cost. Other costs associated, we discovered that we were paying a lot of our retirement plan fees out of our HR department. And the invoices were just getting sent in a process, and it was, oh, hey, wait a second, we actually need to be covering those out of our retirement fund. And so a couple of changes there resulted in a little bit more substantial decrease in materials and services of 15%. For that fund, the HR department also oversees the safety committee fund. That safety committee fund is funded through the distributions or dividends that are paid through that we receive through SAFE or workers' compensation. Basically, we do good on claims. We get some dividends and money back at the end of the year, and we utilize those to fund the safety committee, which they do their annual safety inspections, and then might expend funds on like our MSDS system, replacing defibrillators or so on and so forth. Various safety expenditures throughout the county. Departments can go to them if they have a specific like ergonomic or safety need, and get consideration for some funding if they need to buy something safety related as well. Community Services Administration. This is a administrative function for the Assistant County Administrator and an administrative assistant. We see a centralized department in the general fund for them. And that administrative function oversees parks and public transit and the county fair, as well as facilities. So most of the materials and services related expenditures in those departments are obviously budgeted for in those departments, making the Community Services Administration Department primarily personnel services.
And this is another one where the giant jump for personnel services can be mostly explained by, be
98% explained by
98 explained by, okay, thank you. The distributed or the whatever. That stuff.
Okay. I think the sorry, give me a second. The last category under general government is our general fund non-departmental. Budgetary requirements for non-departmental are pretty big. You'll see, so that's where we budget for things such as interfund transfers and our operating contingencies, our unappropriated fund balances, and our reserves. They all go into a non-departmental requirements bucket. Additionally, there is some materials and services budgeted in non-departmental. So some of our insurance, so for the most part, like our liability and our property insurance costs get allocated based on FTEs or materials and service budget, whatever the driver is. Some of those are very indirect, not really directly related to any drivers, and that amount gets allocated to non-departmental in the general fund, for example. There's been significant reductions in since 2023, I'm sorry, in that non-departmental that used to actually be the largest department in the general fund, just in an effort to make sure that we're aligning costs with the functions that are incurring those costs. But this year, again, significant reduction in materials and services, and then the rest are just primarily budgetary driven accounts. You'll see that interfund transfer expenditure of just over $4 million, and that's moving that that general fund, surplus general fund balance out to reserve accounts or reserve funds. Okay, community economic development. So there's going to be planning, community development, economic development. First, in our planning department, there were some FTE changes in positions. I don't think the net FTEs changed at all for the department, which is still budgeted at 6. Materials and services, they're showing a more modest reduction than other departments are, but they've also been experiencing a pretty significant uptick in workload and demands that are being placed on that department. Whether those are due to changes at the state level or just increased activity locally. So I think I would call keeping that budget flat, given the amount of increased work that's coming in is a good win for us. Overall, total expenditures, 11% increase, about $100,000, and the lion's share of that is related to personnel, but they are requesting the replacement. I'm sorry, this one's not a replacement. This is an addition to the department for a vehicle purchase for our GIS program. We've purchased drones and some equipment, and he's requested a vehicle so you can better transport and safely transport that equipment without damage, and also making sure that there's one available for him.
Yeah. So my question on that wasn't so much the vehicle, and this goes back to the capital outlays. Why a pickup, as opposed to a small SUV, or, I know that in the Oregon office, there's a Jeep that's been there, and different vehicles. Why wouldn't? Because what we've paid for the smaller SUVs is a lower capital cost, plus your operating cost is going to be lower than a pickup. So I was wondering what they were hauling or pulling that they needed a pickup specifically.
Drone equipment. I'm not a drone expert, so I can't.
It's like this, or
It's a larger drone that they're now doing, which putting it in the bed of the truck fits a little bit better than having to drop that seat back down. And even if you were to keep it in the vehicle a little bit, would be easier. It is a little bit of reach on switching to the pickup. However, it just makes it a little more accessible. You can reach over and deal with the drones in there instead of trying to crawl in with the confined containment of the SUV.
I guess if you're happy with it, it's just still, you're throwing this case in the back of a pickup. I drive a pickup all the time. Stuff slides around, you don't strap it down, you got an open bed of the pickup, it's just a lot more exposed to weather and to possible theft of stuff.
Can I say something, just because I was in the conversation as on Kira, but there was a discussion where he measures a lot of the rock pits for the road department. He goes to the OHV park, so a lot of times not a four-wheel drive necessarily, but the higher up clearance is a lot easier too and better for him, and he can still haul people, have the equipment that he needs, the drone equipment and everything that goes with that, and then still haul several up there with him. So
Yeah, and honestly, I did think of the clearance, but most of the places there is an established road. You truly aren't off-roading, but like the Jeep that I see there does have higher clearance than the Hyundai that I drive.
Let me get a little more clarification. I can report back. I'm just going to reach out to Stephen really quick, and we'll report back whether it's soon.
And maybe I'm the only one with the concern.
No problem.
Yeah, I'm okay with it being a pickup, particularly because he's starting to go out into more, even if there are roads, some of them might be more questionable. And I think
Just out of curiosity, because when Sandy brought that up, is when you're going into it, and not necessarily specifically pickup, because we were talking about that, but when you're talking about a purchase like this, Sandy, who all's involved? It's like, who makes the decision? You're involved. Okay.
They'll give me the requisition, basically. They'll tell me what they want and all the specs with it. And then I'll first find out if there's a cooperative joint agreement that we can use, so we don't have, basically, see, they've done all the procurement process. If it doesn't have the procurement process where you get the 3 quotes, and this won't be it's be under 50, so, I can get 3 good quotes and still be okay.
Yeah.
But usually with vehicles and equipment like that, there's cooperative agreements we could use.
And generally, because of the size of that item, department head has to sign off on it.
Oh, right.
And then the county administrator needs to before purchases.
Like I said, I'm not zeroed in on the pickup. I'm just wondering, it made me think of other purchases in other places that, you're thinking of going bigger, spending more, how that process works to make that determination, whether or not that department needs what you're looking at, what they want. But that's how it's done. Okay.
What was that?
Nothing.
Oh,
Do you guys want to talk to Stephen?
Bobby, I've reached out to him and via Teams, so we'll see if we can get a response back.
He's right here in my office with me. I just went and grabbed him.
Oh,
that's up to the chair if you want to hear from Stephen. He's the one that submitted the request.
That's fine.
Sorry, is that a yes or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. Let me close this door.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, so the request for the pickup was done based on that. We were on the understanding that potentially the Jeep that planning had was going to go to the assistant county administrator for his use. And so for a replacement, we thought sometimes a lot of our work that we do is a little on the austere side where we're, down in South County looking off-site. Some of the drone operations are done off-site. Getting in and out of the Subaru with multiple containers of equipment is I'm not getting any younger. My back's getting a little bit wore out. It was easier to have the bed slide for the equipment to pull on and off out of the vehicle. And that would just the pickup truck would also be utilized for other planning tasks, not just for any type of drone operations. Essentially, just replace the Jeep with the pickup truck. And we were it was the understanding that Jeep was going to go and be used elsewhere.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen.
Sure.
So moving on, under the we have a couple of funds that fall under the category of community development. First is our building permit fund. Not a lot going on from a budgetary or expenditures perspective on that, but it's certainly something worth discussing. County contract with the City of Boardman for our permit and inspection program, building permit and inspection program. And we there's a fee that's kept by the city, and then the balance of that is paid to the county. Important caveat is those revenues are highly restricted and can only be utilized for reinvestment into the county's building permit and inspection program. We have, so we end up with a surplus. We are projecting for fiscal year 2027 that we're going to be up to around $8.3 million in that fund, and we don't have anything to spend it on. We cover about 10% of the administrative personnel costs of our planning department, who oversees and the contract and interacts with the City of Boardman for the building inspection and permitting program. But outside of that, we don't have direct costs, so the surplus in this fund continues to grow.
And those costs are required to be at that level. Well, what's charged for them is a state requirement.
I don't know the intricacies of how those are set. I do know that there could potentially be a concern if you're accumulating a significant surplus about if those fees are appropriate or not. This is not unique to the county. I mean, our particular circumstance where we don't have anything to reinvest the money in currently is unique. But for example, the city of Umatilla they have significant surplus building inspection and permitting revenues that they have a challenge because it's so restricted on what they can utilize it for. So it's not unique to the county. Certainly, that would be prudent to review the fee structure and the laws that are behind those fees and how they're developed.
I think it's something that needs to be a legislative.
Well, and I just have to believe that most of the abundance of this is coming from large industrial development, not necessarily, somebody getting a permit to build a new house
It's a data center.
or put in an new HVAC system or something. So
Gib, was your question really, is the fee set by the county or by the state?
Yeah, that's kind of my question. I mean, are you required to
So I
charge?
believe that the fee is set by the state, and I will base that off of when I went and got a building permit for the garage out of my house. I had a signed contract with a contractor. He was going to supply the materials and the labor to build this building. I want to say it was like $27,000 back in the day. I go into the city of Boardman and get my permit. And the gal at the counter says, she looks up her chart, says, and bases the permit fee off of like $46,000. And I go, well, wait a minute, this isn't going to cost me $46,000. I have a contract here. Our contractor says, this is what the state formula says. This is what we have to base the permit fee off of. So
it is.
So the state determines the fee and then doesn't let us use it.
Well, I know that a few years back, there was only 2 or 3 counties in the state that had a surplus. And the reason they won't let you spend it on other things is they don't want the programs back. In the given years when dirt was made, somebody would want to do this. And when the good years were, and then nobody wanted a program when there was no construction. So they just said, no, you're just going to keep that fund. So legislatively, we need to find all those other, because things have changed in 20 or 30 years. And we need to get that legislation changed so you can do something else besides just hoard it. And be an ingenious.
economic development would be a perfect spot for some of those excess funds that we.
That or make it so it is more based on the actual costs.
Yeah.
Like the rest of the works, right? Yeah.
Well, and we were willing to keep like a 3 or 5 year so you knew you could run the program for 5 or 10 years and you'd still have money left over.
Yeah. Anyway, that's thinking. This each year is just seems like a real.
Huh?
City of Boardman has the same issue. And
Oh, we have a terrible issue. Yeah.
Moving on to water planning fund. This fund is used to account for just generally water related issues. Most significantly, the congressionally directed spending EPA funding that we have for the drinking water investigation that's currently underway is accounted for in this fund. And that is, aside from some interest, the majority of the revenues and expenditures for the fund. In the current year, there was some other grant-related activity. A couple of studies that were done for West Glen.
Now, can you take that? Okay, I'm asleep at the wheel here. But on this water planning fund, can you take it out of that permitting money?
It's very specific. Well, so first, there's not really a requirement here because this is really just a vehicle for accounting for federal money that we've got. That's its primary purpose right now. But every time we've come up with an idea for that building permit money, I sit down and I do it's really constrained and it really is intended to be reinvested back into a an inspection program.
the last thing we want to do is get a little bit free with it and then have an auditor slap us down.
Yeah.
We're really trying to find, like you said, change the legislation to allow a little more flexibility so we don't have to worry about.
You want to come to Salem with me and advocate?
Oh, for sure.
Okay, all right. It'll be a field trip. Look forward to it.
I feel like they should dedicate it to finance.
Okay. Okay, we're.
Budget committee lunch.
Uh-huh, okay. Talk about this lunch.
And I think that is all for that one. So that actually is, I think, right, is food here right now?
Did we go through economic development?
Nope, not yet. We can if you want to touch on
Then we're
that.
done with that
Then
section.
we're done with that
That
section,
works.
so.
Right, so Economic Development Fund. I want a big development, and we've talked about this for several years, and last year we talked about it for quite some time in this committee. And we got this formalized and in place, and it's the Morrow County Community Assistance Grant Program. If you recall, we wanted a better approach to adding some objectivity and transparency around the county's giving and gifting of funds to nonprofits and other entities. And this is the result. We've decoupled, so to speak, the granting of funds from the budget process. So in the budgetary process, the intention is to identify funds that are in surplus to the county's needs or at a level that makes sense to commit to this program. And then I just make sure the money is there. We've assembled a committee where we can we'll post and we've actually done this at this point, notice of funding opportunity under certain categories with various constraints on them. And people are free to submit applications with their projects and intended use. The committee does a review and recommendation, and those recommendations come to the county administrator and finance director, so Matt and myself. And then we make the, approval or disapproval, which is an action that's then followed by board ratification. So definitely some more steps. I think that, we've been able, though, to add, again, transparency and a little more equity into the entire process. And at the same time, kind of decoupling it. So the requests aren't being, either coming to the committee or, they know when to call Kevin and catch him in his office and ask for money. Because I think this is a more appropriate process. So big development there. Matt, is there anything you want to add to that?
No, and just to let you know, our inaugural committee has jumped in very studious. We're really reviewing the applications, reaching out to some of the applicants, asking for additional information. They were having one of their final meetings yesterday. So while you don't see the list of applicants, that takes off that political decision off of you and allows them to do a merit-based without being under the public microscope. The committee's functioning extremely well. We have Christy Kinney, who's one of our department heads, is kind of chairing that for us and going through. And we should have that before the BOC for a ratification vote by the second June meeting, if not the first one. And so we're excited about this new process and have it go. And Kevin gives me a weird look when I say that. So, but
let's shoot for the second one.
Yeah.
How much was applied for? What was the total number?
The application was almost $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them, we just flat out said no. A couple people got their wires crossed on where they were. In fact, it was well over $1 million. When the policy was adopted, as mentioned by Tom Wolf, we pulled out anybody so it's all for nonprofits. So private entities, businesses can't apply, and people who have a taxing district there's going to be other course for them to apply for funds. And so it's just mainly the nonprofits that provide vital community services, you know, kind of like the Heppner daycare, WICVET for the operations and maintenance or operating costs, which isn't covered from the credit distributions, those kind of things. And so we've got a good list of those types. We were able to reach out to the ones immediately and say, you're not up for this one. And we had to reach out to a few others saying, why haven't you applied? This is right up your alley and this is where we're going. And, but we had about 18 applications and it was well over $1 million. Some of them dream big. Others were just like, we just want to keep up getting what we want to get. We distributed it. We're anticipating about $450,000 in the budget. There is some visitor tourism kind of things that for city celebrations that are in there as well. And so this just gives us an opportunity for them to come provide reports on the impacts of the projects. Previously, it was kind of a fire and forget. We just sent a check and there's no reporting. And so now we'll at least give a transparent opportunity for them to apply. And if they give us a report, they get extra points for their next application. And so kind of just making it a process where we can do, we even had one who didn't apply, which was a regular recipient of this type of funding. But their first question is, if we don't apply this year, does that keep us from applying next year? I'm like, no, go ahead. And so they held off applying for funds this year. But we anticipate seeing them next year. So it seems like it's working. We'll let you know by the second meeting in June.
Yeah. Can I come?
Well, it seems like a way better process than
We're hoping it is.
seen before.
How much are they giving away this year?
I've budgeted in this budget $458,000.
Oh, okay, so we're
For
working under 27. They're not giving away 26 money.
yeah, oh no,
That was
that's
budgeted.
26
Yeah.
is done.
yeah, that's done. And that 458,000, because we had a little bit of surplus that I could allocate. So I basically took the amount of the awards that we had the previous year, which I apologize, I don't have that right off the top.
I was going to ask you that.
I knew
Yeah.
because you looked at me and I'll find out at lunch though.
Okay.
And then I added a little bit to that amount. I think with 10% maybe. So there was, assuming that most of the people that had been getting grants on an annual basis would apply, but allowing for some additional. I'm really excited about this. It's something that, I talked to Commissioners, Sykes and Wentholz about before right after you were elected into the office, right? And so it's great to finally see it.
I think it's a great idea. I was just wondering what funds are tied to determining the amount that's going to be in it year over year. The lottery funds or the economic development funds from the state, and then we're kicking in 1% from general fund. Is that
Lottery funds and SIP revenue?
That could be a decision of this committee on how much gets in there.
Well, that's what I'm drilling down
Not
to.
necessarily the finance directors.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out is how is that not?
So this first year, it was modeled after what we did last year. The intention is to identify and cover county requirements, so operating requirements, capital planning requirements first, and make sure that those are covered. And then additional funding or less funding for this, depending on that, but the county's requirements should be met first.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think it's a good program. I could just see it growing because it has political connections, where people will, if you said, how much money did we get in applications? $1 million?
$1 million were the ones that are being considered.
Yeah.
We rejected probably another $1 million of saying, no, that's
I was
not
going to be
applicable.
So do those ones that don't get funded come back next year, and then all of a sudden we're going to have to put some more money in there to take care of that?
And some of them are, they're asking for large amounts, but I think all but one application says we'll accept partial funding. And so that's part of what the committee's fleshing out is how much can we give to this and which ones can, and they score them based on, you know, how much they're looking at other funds. If they're just coming to the county hat in hand saying, please pay us, it's like, that doesn't seem very sustainable. And so that's one of the things we look at. The other thing is since this is rolling out, the policies is set up that is, the finance manager comes with the budget. He can say, you know, 458 is what we can do and still meet the structure. And so at this meeting, you could say, throw another $100,000 in it. But then that means he's got to go find where it is. So in the next year, he could come in and say, we're doing really good. Look, we're going to throw a few bit more for this next time. And then it could be in a year where he's like, we need to cut back on this, or you need to allow me to pull from reserves.
Pretty tough to cut back, man.
Well, but still.
And my contention, and I've said it many times in BOC meetings, if we decide, okay, so you come back here next year and say, we need another 100,000 because we get a lot of pressure from the citizenry to fund more projects. I always want to hear, okay, what are you defunding?
Yes.
To fund that? Not, oh, we got a magic bucket over here that all of a sudden we'll just put it. I want to know myself, what is it isn't getting it money so that this does, you know?
And so our first step into this pool, this new process is mimicking last year because we're fairly considerate with that, and we've given a little bit of growth for the new opportunities that might come through. And as we get the awards out this year, we'll probably be looking at that, and probably before this step of next year, we'll probably have a frank decision with the discussion with the BOC saying, here's where we're at, and here's where the budget figures are looking good. Just give you a heads up, this is where we're at. I'd like to get to a point where we could actually publish that amount that we're going to be giving out in a year before the applications start coming in so people understand.
Well, if you can nail it down.
Yeah. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
If you could nail it down and say, this is what we got.
Yeah.
And then maybe even have it somehow tied to something where it's year over year, that's the amount we got, you know, rather than, oh, you could throw some more in there. Hey, you know, your friend comes to you and you're on the committee or something, you know.
Approaching Dave. I want to say that when WICBED started our community grants, and similar to you, because they're flexible, they're not tied to you have to use money for this. So it's a really great opportunity to get help for places that there's nowhere else to go. But we just had you have to have, we'll fund 50% is what our original thing was. Yeah. Then we found that that's not realistic. We'll fund 50% up to this amount, you know, so that people came in with realistic expectations, because we're not going to give you 200,000 if you have a $400,000 project. We capped everything at 50 so we could serve people. And we just did that. We just did it. We just had our community enhancement grant, and we saw that several people, and you probably saw that, leveraged our money with the county grants. And so we withheld the funding until we find out what the county did, because if they didn't get the 20 that they asked for from you, then we couldn't give them the 50% match or whatever. And so we're kind of anxiously waiting to see how that goes. But our applications were all, you know, good. We thought we approved them all with the contingency of we'll match the rest of your funding. We need to see how the rest of that funding went if you don't have in-house money. So it'll be interesting to see. But I participated and I think it's a great program. I do. I think it's beneficial to lots of nonprofits that don't have an opportunity to get funding elsewhere.
And I'll tell you, I'm excited about it. Christy's doing a great job. The three citizens have been very engaged and tough on their scoring. It's awesome. At the same time, saying these are great programs. We've had our, the usual suspects who are known and funded, and we've had some outside groups that are totally neat initiatives coming in and not asking for the world, but just saying, hey, we'd like this, and it's a neat thing. And some of them we might even say, this might not be a best fit for you, but how about we write a letter of recommendation to you to this group, or let's help you find this funding in a better venue. So it's really opening it up, and I think it'll help meet that strategic plan initiative of helping community engage with additional funding to build community services. So I'm excited about it and appreciate, like I said, we'll go with this 458 this year or whatnot, and we will bring back recommendations. It is hard to, since this is not on set funds, it's from SIP funds, which we can project, but there's waverings of it. And like you said, if you jump it up to $1 million, then they're expecting $1 million every year.
No, they'll chuck it up. Oh, the request? The request would be $1.5 million.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And so,
Yeah, because
so
I'll ask twice as much.
we want to tread lightly on that. And definitely if we were to do a big jump, we'd want to get board input on that and have them realize where the funding's coming from.
I think this is a great program. People were just coming. It was haphazard. There was pressure on the finance person. It just wasn't set up right.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we're doing this. I'm glad that you're doing it the way you are. I just want to know how the funds are going to be, because there's never enough money. So how they're going to be allotted, how more funds are going to be determined. This group, the BOC, whatever. That's all.
It's going to be the board.
The BOC, yeah.
We're not going to defund.
We are in charge of the budget.
This without direction from the board.
Yeah.
I'm thinking more years.
Yeah.
Okay. I said no.
Others, most significant item, I guess, we have that grant that we made, the capital grant that we made to the Heppner daycare a few years ago. It's just been money hanging out in the general fund and trying to really separate those operating things out of the general fund from those one-time things. And that is a transfer of that $750,000 into economic development fund, since it's not an operating item. Rumor had that there's some traction there finally, and so hopefully we'll start seeing that money drawn down.
This year.
Good.
Not this fiscal year.
Mm-hmm.
Next year. For sure.
Last thing under community development, equity fund, it houses capital for the county economic development revolving loan fund program. It's currently administered by GEODC. No significant changes there for the FY27.
Are there any outstanding loans in that?
Yes, there are. I can get you a list if you'd like to see.
That's the one that we talk about every year for the last 6 years. So I have it in my notes.
I haven't been here for 6 years.
Well, I was talking about it before you got here. So, yeah, I just said I looked around the room and I'm the longest person here since Linda left. Are we working on getting the committee for approving those back together so that we can start to do something with the?
I'm going to be, perfectly blunt with you. I started working on that and I had to put that on the back burner. At this point, I would, maybe think that we need to consider somebody else taking that on.
A different department or
somebody.
Maybe the I can't ever think of what his title is. We just went through it. He's between the fair and parks.
Oh, assistant.
Yeah.
Administrator.
Vincent?
Yeah. I mean, I don't care.
All I can tell you is the reason why I haven't been able to spend is me. It's why we haven't been able to spend time on kind of revamping that. And it's just the time commitments and other projects that our ERP project and whatnot have been beyond what I was expecting due to some turbulent staffing issues and situations.
No, I mean, I know everybody. I know there's a lot of growth that pushes this back, but it's been, like I said, a long time, and it's a great program if it's operational.
Yep.
So,
but it's how many years has it not been operational?
Well, I think they made the last loan that was made was shortly Well, it was probably about a year before I came to the county. So it was in 2021, I think. maybe.
Oh, so 5 years. I was thinking 4. but-
And there's currently loans
Yeah,
that
but
are being.
Well, there will be
It's not-
loans until they are paid. Now it's a 10-year cycle, right?
And while it is out on the website, it's available, it really isn't being
it's not.
advertised.
Well, it can be
It's not.
because there's no approval committee for it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, GEODC manages it, but there isn't any way to manage because there isn't an approval committee. So it's kind of a catch-22 because the funds are there, but we can't use them. And GEODC doesn't even care about it. They'd rather not manage these funds.
They're having a great time not doing anything.
Yes,
Yes.
they are really loving that.
Mhm.
So
Well,
is this
I'll put a
interest,
mark in there.
is this interest the little amount here that's under the beginning fund balance and then there's other revenue, like 22,000? Did they?
Yeah, so other revenue sources, that's gonna be interest on the loans that we made plus interest on the capital that's still
There.
in the fund, that's not loaned out.
We always have this to say.
Yes.
I know, and I knew it was coming because I.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I almost slept on that. I was just thinking about lunch and you're
I
gonna.
know, I was thinking, we're right up against it. We can ask about it this one.
Maybe that's where you have to keep.
I'm like, wait, did I miss that? Okay.
Well. Should we break for lunch?
Yes.
Yep. We'll adjourn for lunch.
Okay, and return at
Sounds like 105.
105.
1:05.
Yeah, the sound bar was turned off earlier.
So we probably go through a couple of them before the 1:30
Yep,
break.
that's kind of the plan. Transportation, I have airport and public transit. Starting with the airport. We have total of 0.5 FTE allocated to airport from a staffing perspective. That's just primarily the public works director, deputy public works director, and administrative manager. I have one capital project, the precision approach path indicator construction phase. We did the design phase this year. It's scheduled for next year. And outside of that, I think there's some increased expenses related to just maintenance and weeds, but overall, materials and services again are down. Personnel services are, that's not just benefit, the defined benefit pension plan costs. They have been in public works kind of tracking their time to more accurately forecast what time, how much of the time they're spending on different functions. And so we updated the allocation to the airport. Oops. Public transit. We didn't have any staffing changes. Their budget, we are reflecting a small decrease in materials and services, but largely their budget is tied to their the statewide transportation improvement fund operating grant that provides the majority of their funding, along with several others, various grant sources that operate on a reimbursement basis. There will be that award that we just got for
rural health.
No, as it rural health
For
public transit.
Public transit.
It was a connector.
Oh, yes,
or
for the
a
Dalles.
special route.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that was a like 27 award, or I don't remember the timing on that one. There was an award for an expanded or a new route that's going to connect to the Dalles. And we didn't have time to incorporate that into the budget, so there'll probably be an amendment once that award is finalized. That's right. It was in the application phase, I think. Right. But rest assured, any of the increased costs associated with that route are going to be covered from the additional grant funds. There was one capital expenditure that was requested by public transit. This is a little bit different, a little bit of a deviation, and we had them bring this to the Board of Commissioners to, kind of ensure alignment before we put it in the budget, and brought it to the Budget Committee. And that, as they were looking at the replacement cycle for their buses, there was a concern because they were basically all going to need to be replaced at the same time. And in order to, get on a cycle that's different than that, they wanted to get an additional bus purchased and kind of off that cycle. As such, they didn't have the grant funding available for it, but previously, when there was a project to build a transit facility plan, the county had put a little over $600,000 into a reserve for costs associated with that transit facility. We ended up not moving forward with that. And so this capital purchase is basically being made with those funds that were general funds at one point in time, but they were committed to that transit facility. They're not needed for that. And so we're going to plan to make this vehicle purchase with those funds. The balance of that reserve is just redistributed across the other capital projects in the CIP fund. So when I say it's a little bit of a deviation, historically, there's little to no general fund money utilized for purchases like that related to transit. So that's why I said it's a deviation, because they try to grant fund all of that stuff.
So in the figure here, operating contingency, is that where I see that difference? That you had 613 or something there, and now you have 174? Or is that not in those figures here?
Hold on one second. Oh, that purchase of that bus is actually going to be made because we already have the money sitting in the capital fund. Rather than just creating an unnecessary budget transfer, we're just going to make the expenditure using the transit department out of that fund.
Out of the what fund?
The Fund 227, the Capital Improvement Fund.
Okay.
We don't really want to move non-STIF grant money into the STIF grant fund. It starts to get too many things to account for in one bucket. Okay, so brings us under public safety to the sheriff's office. The general fund sheriff's office department, there was no FTE changes. There were some personnel cost increases that were driven by collective bargaining agreement that was negotiated for the sergeants union. We want to recognize the sheriff's office is another office that really, when we asked them to review anywhere they could to make sure that their budget is right-sized. I know the sheriff and his staff spent a significant number of hours in doing exactly that. And then they wanted me to come and review it all with them again to make sure they didn't. We spent, gosh, I think another 5 hours going through their budget. And just want to point out and thank them and recognize the effort that went into the right sizing and effectively managing the funds that are allocated to public safety. The total savings that they had come up with was about $110,000 in materials and services because of some increased insurance costs that kind of offset some of that savings, but still ended up with a 5% reduction overall in materials and services and only a 1% increase in their total expenditures for their general department, the general fund department. They also have a sheriff's office reserve fund. This fund is utilized for like restricted funding, such as donations for the K-9 program. We also put the AWS grant that we received for the retrofit of the command vehicle in this, and that project is included in the capital plan as well. And this is the fund that will probably end up moving the CRES funding to further pull those items out of the general fund. Questions on the sheriff's general fund, sheriff's office? Okay. Emergency dispatch. This is our 911. And again, no FTE changes in the department. I do want to highlight out of the $2.2 million in requirements for this particular function, $940,000 of that is being met through SIP revenues. So this is where I wouldn't necessarily call that high risk. It's not as stable as general fund dollars and something that should be monitored for make sure that it can continue to go on as as SIP agreements age and ultimately expire. But there is substantial operating revenue in addition to the apportionments that are received by the state, which not only include the county's apportionment for the 911 tax, but also the various cities that we provide services for. We already talked about the major project that was planned in that department. Again, we saw significant reductions in as a percentage basis to materials and services, and overall about a 10% decrease. Again, reflecting the efforts that they put in. And Sheriff Bowles is not paying me to say that. I just really appreciate when they put in that much effort to, because they're busy. Budgeting is not usually at the top of their things they want to do that day list. So, community corrections, also known as parole and probation. No major purchases. Same story with materials and services, and same story with the level of diligence going into that program and managing and right sizing their budget. Overall, seeing a 13% reduction in expenses for the fiscal year 2027. Am I moving too quick for anybody, or? Emergency management. There was a about an 8% decrease budget to budget in their materials and services. The significant decrease in federal, state, and local funding is just a decrease in grant revenues, I believe, that were budgeted last year. And there were no significant budgetary requests. Unfortunately, the reductions in materials and services were offset by the personnel and reallocation of costs plan. But still ended up about a $24,000 increase, or about a 10% increase in light of the materials and services reduction. Ambulance services. This is tracked in the general fund department and accounts for the subsidy payments that are made to Boardman Fire and the health district for the provisions of ambulance services under the ambulance service area agreement. I think it was compared to, right?
Yes.
So reflected in the budget is the CPI-based increase. There, it sounds like there's potentially going to be an additional increase to offset some additional costs that we'll have to probably likely address after the first of the fiscal year. There are some provisions in the contract that allow for increases beyond the CPI adjustment.
So what you're saying is that all of the expenses are strictly for ambulance service.
Yeah, the subsidy
There's
payments to those two entities.
Goes to.
Yep. Okay, district attorney's office. There's a lot of moving parts to that budget. There's the district attorney's general fund office that primary operations for the district attorney's office are funded out of. Then also other programs that have specific funds related to them. Behavioral health deflection grant, law library fund, DUI impact fund, and the alcohol enforcement fund. And all of those are presented individually in the tables down below. Don't have a whole lot of discussion in terms of context other than the departmental budgets were realigned this year to align with their actual historical spend, and which resulted in some reductions. So the general fund, district attorney's office, about a 19% reduction in materials and services. The behavior health deflection grant is a grant program that we received funding for the behavioral health deflection program that I believe has been stood up and it has been operating, but we have yet actually we just received some invoicing for that, but haven't made any payments out of that fund yet. So that's money that's just grant funding that's just kind of hanging out there. Law library is funds that are committed to the maintenance of the law library for the county. And again, you can see we have between $4,000 and $5,000 historically spent in materials and services. Our last year's budget was at $55,000, so a little bit of right sizing there. Anything that we're not planning on spending was just put into reserve for future expenditures. So if a need comes up, we can do a supplemental budget and access those funds. But otherwise, there's no point in appropriating funds that aren't going to be spent. And same kind of the story with the other two funds that are there. So questions on that? Victim and witness support should operate out of a separate fund, and it's a program aside, but still under the district attorney's office. This is another program that requires some significant operating support. And you can see out of the $170,000 in revenues and resources required by the program, $55,000 of that are going to be met or anticipated to be met through SIP revenues allocated to the program. But we do have a reduction in materials and services and personnel services. A lot of their expenditures are just purely tied to the grant programs that support that department.
It's 1:30.
So before we go on, I want to pause and give an opportunity for.
Is there any public comment? Any online?
Was that you raising your hand, Sandy?
No, waving. Won't move.
Is anybody online?
There is not. No, nobody that's got raised. There's only one person online.
Okay. So move on then.
Okay.
Well done. Very, very well done.
Thanks, Valerie. Okay, so juvenile services. Not a sorry, it's been a while since I looked this one up.
Still on.
And Christy did a pretty good job putting together her narrative. 3 FTEs in the juvenile department office funded out of the general fund. Not any, significant, as a significant reduction in materials and services expenses. And overall expenditures are budgeted at 5% lower than the fiscal year 2026 budget. Related, Public Safety Coordinating Council. It's a separate fund. A few years ago, we began having excess funds contributed for the local Public Safety Coordinating Council, and those weren't getting expended in a single year. So we established a fund to keep those monies that are restricted for that purpose separate from other funds. The primary expenditures that get paid for out of this department are the costs of the facilitator of that program, Jessica Rose. There's not a whole lot else on that one. Court security funds. These are payments received by the county that are restricted for use by the Justice Court and Circuit Court for court security purposes. The notable thing I would mention on this, so our sheriff's office provides court security, and then their office, they invoice the court security fund to be reimbursed. Over time, as costs have increased, the balance in the court security fund, which used to have a pretty sizable surplus, has been decreasing. You can see back in FY24, it started with a fund balance of 45,000, and we're forecasting an FY27 beginning balance of 20,000. With the expenditures, in excess, that balance is going to make it to zero, if not in FY27, but in FY28. And I just wanted to call that out because in order to provide those same level of security services, that's revenue that the sheriff's office won't be getting and will take away from other services, or could potentially take away from other services provided in the sheriff's office. Other consideration is any increased security requirements necessary for the circuit court building once that's completed. So that could create a little bit more pressure on that issue. So
where did the revenue come from to start with?
It's a portion of fines and fees collected by the Justice Court.
So we used to collect
is
a lot
it-
more
is that right,
fees.
Sabrina?
We actually have some that we do in-house, and then the state sends us a small allotment of the overall fine.
That's right. So our Justice Court, and then an apportionment that we receive from the state.
And those revenues have went down.
What's that?
And those revenues have went down then.
I don't know if its revenues have gone down as much as costs have gone up.
Oh, okay.
Or the costs, every additional costs of it's personnel.
Mm-hmm.
And so any concessions that get made in a CBA with the sheriff's office increases those costs, and the costs that it provide court security services. So it's just something to be aware of and manage, that it's not going to be covered to the extent that it has been in the past.
And just so this committee and the commission knows, I think Kevin inferred on it, as we get the circuit court here, that creates a third location. And so we do need to just kind of work with the sheriff and figure out the most effective way to provide court security, where, when, and how it should be, to what levels, and being mindful of the impact on it. So this is one of those things, I think it is what it is for this year, but Kevin and I need to do some work going forward.
It's getting more money out of the state to provide those services. If they haven't increased the reimbursement rate, and at least the costs have gone up.
Yeah, those kind of discussions need to happen.
We have Justice Peach Fund people.
Justice Peach.
We're letting you off, but you got to pay for the security.
All right, Health and Human Services. So under this, we have our public health, and those programs under that office are opioid abatement fund and veteran services. Under public health, their personnel budget, there was one additional FTE that was grant funded.
Yes.
Correct. And I'm sorry, there's so many of these positions.
So in public health, we had one new position for the public health access specialists. Those are the people dealing with nitrate issues. And then we did have two positions that were reclassified based on their what they do as their job description. Things had expanded, and so we did anticipate a reclassification of those for this fiscal year.
although their budget is, just pretty closely tied to the grants received, we do again still see reduction in material and services and the more than offsetting adjustment that happened to personnel based on that redistribution. Overall, about a 4% or $141,000 increase, the majority of which is all covered by grant funding. Opioid Abatement Fund, we set these funds aside in their own fund in fiscal year 2025. We started receiving these funds in fiscal year 2023. The purpose of them is to address the public health crisis associated with the opioid issues and overuse. This came through a class action settlement, and we are projected to receive funding for gosh, it's been a long time. I'm sorry. I give me 1 second. I had a note here.
This is an interesting fund in that, it's coming in. There's a couple different groups like CCS with our public mental health and the sheriff's office with kind of abatement, as well as our public health department that can utilize this. However, the plan of action and how much is coming in, we're actually getting more and more as there's other settlements going on with other companies. And we really need to work out what's the best operation of it. And so we do have a bit of money proposed to be spent. You see that we had that for last year and it hasn't been spent. And this is something that has come up just recently saying we need to plot out a future. So we do anticipate making some significant expenditures from this fund in the next budget year, in the proposed budget.
So who is in charge of overseeing the awarding of these funds and how they're used?
The Board of Commissioners.
So,
but really though, various counties. So in some, I think in Umatilla County, they commuted all of it to CCS. I know that Kim has been here several times and inquired about fund balances, but there's not been a formal program or anything put in place. Other counties, and it could be used for stuff like supplying Narcan to our deputies and sheriff's office. It could be used in public health. So really, there's got to be at some level a policy direction. This is what we want to, or these are the programs that we want to commit those for, because it's a pretty wide-reaching issue with wide-reaching impacts that can be
There's so many ways that
from multiple angles. In order to make the most impact and the best use of it, kind of feels like a policy decision.
Yeah. Okay.
So we haven't done that this year, and so we are kind of putting that as a goal for this next year. Get something in place and start spending some of this money for good.
I'm writing that down for me too. So, thank you.
What I put up on the screen here, though, is a projection of payments that we're expecting to receive. And as of right now, those payments are going to continue through 2038. And pretty close to 30,000 a year through 2031. Then we drop down to 25 for a couple of years, and then around 20, and then 14 and 10 in 2037, 2038. So it's not going to last forever, but it's a significant amount of money in addition to what we already have.
Okay. Thank you.
It's like the sheriff's building by doing
That's not going to go very far.
Well, make a huge dent, but
but like
but it could.
We are looking at some funds from the state that could create a mobile vaccination vehicle and also education in that. And so a part of these funds for opioid might be able to help pay for that as we have educational narcan distribution in that. So we're looking at several options.
Okay. And I guess Commissioner Peterson, just as a side note, I discovered, I think last week is when we saw that under our OHA grant, it looks like they may have even created a program element that is funded by opioid funding that the state receives. So there's potentially even another bucket of funding that's kind of got the same types of restriction that's coming in directly under public health. So you would want to make sure that, either maximizing the, use under a program or not duplicating efforts or something to that effect. So, but that's outside of the budget discussion, sorry.
Well, I appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
And veteran services. This is one of the departments that had some very optimistic goals set for fiscal year 2027. And unfortunately, those goals didn't necessarily align with the goal of maintaining or reducing our materials and services budgets. So this is one of the departments that we had to say no to and keep their budget flat with the prior year. They are primarily grant funded, but I think it covers about half of their total expenses, maybe a little bit less. But there wasn't any additional grant revenue coming in to offset those. So largely this budget's remaining flat with the prior year. Will say, she's been doing a very good job expanding and maximizing the use of the resources that the department does get in terms of impact and involvement, providing assistance to seniors for the programs that they do.
So is there going to be a reduction in service?
No, it's just not an expansion. Yeah, like I said, the intention was to not reduce anything, but some of the expansion may be postponed. Yeah.
It's been a very beneficial program.
Yeah.
For the veterans. Those recluse people out and about.
Well, they're not out and about.
Yeah, they're not. No, it's a good deal.
Okay, so we have a small little bucket of education here, which is a very quick one because this is the county is statutorily required to maintain a county school fund. We receive both federal and state apportionments that we pass through directly to the school. So we don't really have any administrative or management oversight over the funds. It's just a pass-through mechanism that exists in statute. So we forecast what we're going to get. We assume 100% of it's going to get passed through, goes to Morrow County School District and Iona School District.
Just for clarification, is this for funds other than what we're receiving through pilots or other agreements, or is this just those kind of funds?
So there's some federal funds that are
that's
the Superior Rural Schools Act, but then there's some state funds too, I believe.
Just minor things that we just push through.
Yeah, I don't know the exact source off the top of my head. Just because we have no discretion. It's just a pass-through mechanism. So
thank you.
All right, well, I won't fight it then.
Fight it, go talk to the state. Culture recreation. We have our parks under this grouping, county fair and county museum. Beginning with parks. we had budgeted positions. I'll have to be off there. Doesn't catch all the typos, does it? No changes in FTEs that are directly assigned. A small change, you'll notice that there's the administrative assistant that's in the community services department. 20% of their time is allocated to the parks. And that's a little bit of a change from a prior year, so a little bit of a reduction. As we've been tracking actual time allocated to the parks, and it's been less than what was anticipated. So outside of that, in overall, the capital outlay amount for fiscal year 2027 that's budgeted is related to a singular piece of equipment that is grant. Actually, was that just one? Sorry, let me verify that. No. That was the ice machine, and then also this is the more expensive one, the Maruka, which is a tracked dump truck that we have received an award notice, haven't we?
Yes.
Yeah, so there's been an award. We haven't obviously received the funding or made the purchase yet for this that is covering the majority of that. I think there's.
No, I think it's gonna pay for it all.
Oh, it's going to pay for all of it?
Mhm.
Okay. Which is a joy. Thank you, Sandy.
Yeah.
Sure.
Just for this committees, if you notice also the park master plan there, we haven't had an updated master plan in a long time. We're looking to do that. We have a grant to pay for a significant portion of that as well. And I believe half. And we're excited to get that and create some vision and goals for our kind of the hidden gems of our parks that we have up there. Whenever I talk to anybody who's up there, they're like, why are you asking what we like about it? We want to keep it quiet. And, we want to keep it ours, but we're really looking at some ways to increase utilization and just enjoyment of those three great products.
Yeah. Outside of that, so the increases in revenue, primarily grant driven for specific projects. Even though when we receive a grant for a $160,000 piece of equipment, obviously we have to record the revenue as well as the expenditures. We also I think fiscal 26 was the first year of, was this the first year of the increased rate?
Yes.
Fees? Mm-hmm. And we saw some increased fees coming in for use of the parks, which has allowed us to not budget for a transfer into the park fund. Last year, we had some SIP revenues budgeted to help subsidize county parks because revenues have been stronger than anticipated. We haven't needed to do that transfer, and we didn't need to budget for it this next year. So they are doing a pretty good job at sustaining themselves. The reserve for future expenditure amount, portion of that, majority of that is going to be, there was the Anson Wright project that was on the CIP plan that we looked at earlier. It's a future year project, but accumulating the reserve in the parks fund, utilizing the existing fund balance. So we didn't have to allocate any SIP or other revenues to start building the reserve for that fund.
Well, it's great to hear that the increased charge that we're charging people to use the parks is paying for the extra personnel. I mean, that was the whole idea.
Yep.
90% rate.
And from my knowledge and from what I've asked, there's been no detrimental impact on utilization, reservation rates, that kind of things.
Yep. Any questions about parks? And then we broke out the budgets individually by parts.
And just on the side, I'm really excited about the capital improvement plan for Anson Wright. That's about the one that doesn't have the good bathrooms and showers. And if I can get that done in my tenure here, I'm just going to give me a big thumbs up. Forget the circuit courthouse, Anson Wright showers and restrooms.
You'll probably have more people use the showers.
Probably, willingly at least.
The fair fund, and no change in FTE. Actually, let me back up. So this is I mentioned that there were two departments that we had to decline to increase their operating budgets, and the fair is the second one outside of veterans, where the funding is not in alignment with the requests to expand. Over the last several years, the balance in the fair fund, the surplus that had existed, has been kind of whittled away due to budget overages, increased programming and expenditures. And as you can see, for fiscal 27, we have $105,000 in subsidy from SIP revenues, in addition to what they're increasing or what their other revenue that they're receiving. And that is also considering the additional funding that has been provided by the state towards supporting county fairs. So even with those, even with that increased funding, we still had to supplement $105,000 to basically keep their budget flat with this last year. So there's a lot of pressure there. Certainly we could, if it was the board's desire, allocate other, more SIP money to the fair. But just kind of keeping, kind of consistent with what we have done in the past, didn't accommodate the increased requests, and kind of kept it at parity.
Well, and we're going to get a significant increase from the state. And it's not fiscal, is it fiscal 28?
28 is what it said.
Yeah.
Also, the fair board itself understands they need to do things to increase revenues. They've adjusted their sponsorship rates, which is seen already for this coming budget. We haven't incorporated those in here because we did not have those, proof of sponsorship at the time of generating this, but we're looking quite well. They've actually increased sponsorship by about by 50% of their revenues for sponsorship. So we've got some good things going. The fair board's being proactive, saying, what do we need to do? The rates that they've been asking for are the same for the last 10 years or so. So they're like, we've got bigger companies in here. We can ask for a little bit more. And it seems like it's going well. So county does subsidize. We still have that $1 million project that we're going to do. And we're looking at other capital improvement projects through the county and that to help the fairgrounds continue to succeed as not only that once a week activity, but for a facility that can be enjoyed year round.
And so Fair also has a capital improvement fund with restricted revenues dedicated solely to the fairgrounds. And in addition to the $1 million that's already in there, you can see that we have another $1.5 million being transferred to help build that reserve for future expenditures for the flood mitigation and other fairgrounds related projects. So there's still considerable resources being allocated to the maintenance improvement, not just the maintenance of the fairgrounds. The bleacher reserve fund, I don't know. This, as far as my understanding is, this money does not belong to the county, but yet we still have it.
The rodeo committee money.
Yeah, but the rodeo is no longer part of the county.
Right.
I read through the minutes when this occurred, and it appeared, the rodeo broke from the county, but the county didn't want to give them all their money back and put some strings attached to it, so they couldn't access it unless they went through the county. It'd be great if somebody figured that out. In the meantime, we have $24,500 in a reserve fund for rodeo bleachers. Okay.
Sounds like that's another tap from.
And we've talked about that every year since I've gotten here, so it's like. I talked to, and to be fair, I met with rodeo a couple of years ago and talked about it. But I don't know, we just assume county didn't want to do it.
And so, and you'll notice there's some interesting things where that's what it's been. This next one, county museums. I'm just going to jump in. They receive $11,000 from the county to operate their museums. That is an agreement that's been in place since 1995 or even earlier.
Even earlier, I think.
And
Larry Mills for that.
yeah, and that's fine. I love, in fact, it's one of our strategic goals is to maintain the historical culture and that of the county. So I have no problem with it, but they're adamant against coming and asking for more money. And I'm like, $11,000 doesn't pay for as much as it used to, but they're a go-getter, volunteer-driven thing, and that's what they're happy on. And it's an interesting aspect of this next fund.
So the museum is funded out of two sources. One is right out of the general fund, and the other is out of some of the lottery funds that we receive. The increase in materials and services. So the materials and services, in total, there's really only three things that go there. Our property insurance, two things: our insurance and that contract service expenditure with the Farm Foundation. And we know this largely, those budgetary changes are changes in insurance costs that get allocated to the property and
not for a decision for this body, but with the proposed relocation of the museum in their capital plans, if that were to happen, we would have half a building available for something on property that we don't own.
Yeah.
So it's just creates questions.
Where's the museum thinking they're going to go?
The little acre plot right here on the behind Les Schwab. That's
City House?
Yes. And
that's the library.
That's the library.
Oh,
I'm sorry, not the museum.
Okay.
The library.
The library, okay. Yeah.
The museum, yeah, on $11,000, they're not moving.
Wow.
But the museum has enough stuff to take over the whole.
They probably could,
Yeah.
and we could just
I could give it to
do
them.
that.
Come get it.
Yeah, just understanding
Is it
that.
stuff people want to look at?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's a cool museum.
No, I meant my stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, yeah.
So who owns the land? Yes.
The city.
So the city owns the land, okay. And the county owns the building.
So Amanda Duval built the
really-
building and donated it to the county. And I don't know when, 60s.
Yeah.
And I think she probably built the whole park, but then it was a city park, so it's convoluted.
And there's a deed restriction that has no expiration.
Of
that
selling
could be
it.
used for specific uses, and I can't remember if that's for library or for the museum. But either way, if one of them were to move, we'd have to get family approval to change that or do something.
Yeah.
So just a fun little side note for you, but
We have bleachers in a museum.
yeah.
well, and then we could talk about what's in the museum, because a bunch of it's listed on our fixed asset register and some of it's not. And there's no documentation about who owns what. So
Well, I would just let you list it as permit. Well, I actually sent some stuff to the museum already. I just want to send all the rest of it.
okay, so on to Public Works. So Public Works, I want to make some just a real quick clarification here if I can get. So keep in mind, these are the groupings that we use for our financial reporting. The facilities and ground maintenance is actually supervised under the Community Services and Administration, not our Public Works Director, but functionally and financially, it's Public Works. So just in case there could potentially be any confusion there. Public Works Admin accounts for the administrative functions, so the bulk of the Public Works Director, Deputy Public Works Director, and Administrative Manager time is going to go into this general fund department. Obviously, there's a lot of activities that occur administratively and coordinating all of the various functions of Public Works. Largely, I think they snuck in there a $400 increase in their materials and services budget for the year. And a small increase in personnel, but their personnel is not all reflected in this department because it's allocated to both the road and the airport funds as well. Road department, and just to reiterate, we had a significant reduction in headcount and a resulting cost reduction related to the roads department. The other notable items, a few years ago, we established, we had some reserve funding or some surplus funds, and through some direction received from the Board of Commissioners, primarily Commissioner Wentholtz, we established and started accumulating a reserve specific for bridges and bridge improvements. And in FY 2027, we are expecting that to grow to about $5.6 million over the current 4.1 that we started with in FY 26. And just as a side note, there's some traction on that. That's actually where they're at today, is meeting with the engineers to kind of restart that bridge master plan program. Once that's put together, we'll be discussing, what that overall plan looks like and different funding options and funding strategies to actually move forward and start getting some value out of those reserves that we've been accumulating. Also included with road departments, the Finley Butte Road Fund. This is a fund that exists solely for the maintenance and eventual improvement of the Finley Butte landfill road that goes to the Finley Butte landfill between the landfill and the interstate. It can only be used for costs associated with maintaining or improving that specific section of road. There are not specific costs anticipated for fiscal 27. We do keep an appropriation there in case there's something that comes up, excess graveling or something like that through the winter time. There will be a more comprehensive maintenance activities. I believe Eric said that was going to occur next year.
So on that, when you were saying that in the winter, obviously we had no winter this year, but if they have to plow and sand that section of road, they're able to allocate and tap this fund so it doesn't come out of the larger fund? Or is that
is my understanding.
So
that's how I read the contract, yes.
So it's imperative that the department adequately tracks that time.
Yes.
So that the rest of the road fund isn't subsidizing that, so that we can use that money to maintain the roads.
Yeah, and we have limited systems available to do that currently. Great news is it's coming down the pipe because we have our new ERP system will greatly enhance our ability to track costs and allocate costs like that. So We also have the road equipment reserve. This is just a reserve fund intended to accumulate money for purchase and replacement of road equipment. Since those aren't operating expenditures, they can really distort the costs in the road fund itself. So we try to keep those out here and separate. The list of planned road equipment replacements was provided back on the capital outlay detail slide that we've provided.
And just for clarification, this is mainly for the heavy capital equipment, not necessarily the trucks, or does this include like the pickup truck?
No, equipment. Yeah. New department, hopefully soon to be known as vegetation management. I think I heard that correctly. He
Still want to arm wrestle about that.
What's that?
I still want to arm wrestle about that.
I vote for vegetation management.
There you go.
I just feel self-conscious when I talk about the county weed department. When I first came here and I learned that, and I think Sabrina was telling me about the weed department, and I'm like, I know we're in Oregon, but really? Like, really? I had no idea.
Justice of the.
We have been, well, I was going to start the first thing. I'm sorry, got sidetracked there. No staffing changes in the department. I'm sorry, again, what's it here? Yeah, the staffing change was this year, so we don't have any staffing changes planned for FY27. Increases in materials and services costs are directly related to increases in federal, state, and local revenues. So those are contracts with other entities, mostly cities and other districts, but also including the Army Corps of Engineers. And we have some contracts there that are going to result in higher costs, but those are going to be offset with increased revenue. We do have a reserve fund for this department. We've been, over the last several years, accumulating a reserve to fund and move forward with a drone program. So it's been kind of presented and discussed, I think, at least twice with this. We've reached a point where we've accumulated the funding necessary to do that. And so that's budgeted for outlay in FY27 as part of this budget. And that's the capital outlay of $143,000.
So that is one of the other ones I have on the capital outlay. What are we using a drone for, and what are we spraying that we need a drone for?
So the purposes of the drones, the drone technology for spraying is just, the agricultural industry has really jumped into it, and more or less it allows you to go in remote areas without having impact on others. You can, the drone has visual identification systems, so you can go in and take care of spraying, whether it's in border areas that aren't easily accessible, or even out in wildland areas that might be.
My question is, how much of that property does the council own that we need to be using that technology? This seems like something that a contractor would use that is doing this. And, I think that we've had the discussion, and maybe it isn't totally this place for that discussion, but I know we've talked about the weed department and the renewable energy project, that the county isn't in the business of spraying weeds, that is a private enterprise business to do that. So, and I think that the weed department spraying weeds, I think of our roadsides, I think of our rock pits, I think of around our county facilities, the fairgrounds, those types of things. Like, see, is the county doing? And again, maybe this isn't the forum, but when I read through this and a little bit, but it's yesterday when I hear about we're taking on these contracting services for the other entities, the Army Corps of Engineers, the cities and stuff, it seems that we're competing with private enterprise. And, you know, I would wonder if we're actually able on tracking our true costs of doing that also, besides the fact that I don't know that the county wants to be competing with private enterprise. Yes, it is nice to help out the city of Boardman and the city of Heppner to do that for them. But by the same token, there's a private contractor out there that does that for a living. They would love to get those contracts. So it's back to $143,000 for a drone, but also ties into yesterday at a break. Gus and Justin and I were having this discussion, and it was brought up because of the vector control flying in the plane. Why couldn't the drone do it? Gus said that, well, he's looked at a drone for his own spraying. And I believe he told me $60,000 for a size drone. And now I see $143,000.
That's probably a really good one and a lot better than what I would.
But again, we need that to spray roadside.
Well, yeah, I'd like to back up because I guess that's what. So is the county spraying a lot of stuff besides roads and right of ways?
They're also doing around the solar, aren't they?
We should
So this is the question submitted.
Okay, that's the big
The justification main needs for the drone spraying include contract spraying for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, spraying Morrow County rock pits, piles, parks, ponds for Eurasian milfoil and algae, and to prevent spread of invasive wild rose and briar in Morrow County. And then he goes on to discuss the topography of the pits, not allowing the use of traditional ground sprayers and aerial applications. Oh, and aerial applications are very expensive.
But the Army Corps of Engineers can contract with a private entity too, besides us.
There may not be a lot of private entities that are really willing to do it.
You know, if there's a need, private enterprise. If there's a need and there's money to be made, private enterprise will fill the. You know, and we also hear like Morrow County grain growers has a concern with production ground going out of production. You know, maybe this is a new business or service line for them to enter into of spraying.
Yeah. And I believe I mean, as far as private business, I know we have some lots and stuff that we have people come in. It just happens to be the same person that does UECs, does a bunch of their lots and things around. So there's definitely private business out there that'll do it. I guess I didn't realize that the county was in the business of doing that. I guess I thought the weed department, which I never had a problem with it being called the weed department. I thought maybe they were mainly doing right of ways and those type of things. I didn't realize that they were doing other things.
I would say that they, the majority of their time is the right of ways, keeping those sprayed down. I believe we contract with the state on some of the spraying that they do, the main roads. He does go on and talk about the gravel pits and the OHV park, just getting up there, doing remote areas. You could tool around on the side by side and that, but there are areas there that are kind of wild and just get in there. So it is a specific request, technology wise, partly for the Morrow County areas. It does seem to have some good use. I mean, along Willow Creek Dam, where you can't climb up on that unless you're a goat, to spray down some of those things that the goats don't eat. And so that's the justification they provided on it. Corey's been very fiscally judicious on his requests, and this has been something he's been shooting for and looking at, and we felt like it was justified in its approach. But the Army Corps of Engineers, you're right, they're along the north side. You should be able to get contractors in there, in their government. They should have a list of.
They're also the reservoir.
Yes,
Here.
the reservoir. So that's the request in it. If
I never thought about the rock pits. So how many rock pits does Morrow County own?
Oh, we just went through the inventory of them. There's a lot.
About 11. Yeah.
Some are owned, some are leased, right?
Yeah.
The county owns 3 and the rest are all leased.
At least.
She would have a lot. Yeah, that's a bunch.
We're responsible to keep the weeds.
You are correct on like the solar and that. We're not tasked so much with the spraying, but making sure the mitigation efforts are being done correctly in that. And so this is the drones are for that aspect.
It's what I guess your comment that you made, Commissioner Weinholz, about whether this was the right route. I think it is because we've kind of talked about this for the last couple of years in this meeting, and it's the intention, if this is approved and the budget's ultimately adopted, to move forward. It's been building towards this, so I think it would be
I guess
a good forum to make that decision.
my thought on perhaps the other end of the spectrum is if somebody's spraying weeds out, I'm happy. And I really just want the weeds to be killed. And I would be very happy for the county to do it. I just want somebody to do it.
Yeah, I don't know that
My thought.
the citizens want to be subsidizing spraying somebody else's property.
And generally, this is only under contract. We're only spraying the Army Corps of Engineers if they're paying a contract for it. So it would be subsidized.
So tracking and
I would say for these contracts, well, at least for that contract, I'm sure we are, because it's has to be accounted for as like federal grant funding. So there's an annual financial report and everything that I have to certify. So the other contracts, I don't know that we're tracking any other contracts besides the Army Corps of Engineers. They could be more difficult currently for the current systems, but again, in October, that's going to change. So.
tracking all the costs and depreciation, amortization of our equipment, and truly every hour that goes into doing this, and I mean,
Probably not definitely not in the form that's hooked into our current.
So I've met with Corey shortly after I came to the county for the purposes of developing equipment rates based on cost of operation and depreciation. So I helped him develop those equipment rates. I do know that when he invoices and when he bills including the hours and tracks the hours used on all that equipment. So that's actually what has gone into funding the Weed Equipment Reserve Fund. And a lot of this expense is that amount of money off of what he's invoicing is being deposited or allocated back into the equipment reserve. So, and it's not as sophisticated as some other entities. And certainly you get more complex, and we can probably do a better job with what we're doing. Certainly once we have the tools in place to do it. But I would say that that department is probably on the more sophisticated side of actually tracking and recovering costs for services that they're providing.
I think also it does ultimately go back to does the county want to be competing with private enterprise? Taking revenue away from somebody else's revenue.
See, you talked about in the solar. So is the county spraying the solar, or are they using the drone to identify weeds and make sure they're staying in compliance?
Right now we have an agreement with a certain solar that they do funding, which helps us it helps us pay for our weed applicator so that our weed manager can go and take care of the mitigation. So more or less making sure the efforts of the developers are being done right, so they're according to permit, so it isn't creating other issues to adjoining property owners. So we aren't doing so much spraying. In fact, what he does is he goes, yes, he works with them and says, hey, we've got a problem here. You go get a sprayer for this. Is generally the approach.
So is part of the reason for getting a drone, I guess, is this only for spraying, or is this also for surveillance?
This looks like a spray drone to me.
It does.
It's more of a spray drone,
It's definitely a spray drone.
which does have AI.
Yes.
Oh, please.
After our meeting yesterday, I ran into Corey over at Subway and had lunch with him, and this is what we talked about, actually.
Good.
And rather than, what would you think of us having him come and talk about what he does with it? And then, because we can always cut it out when the final budget comes, right?
Yes.
The VOC.
Yes.
Yep.
And if we don't like what he says, I mean,
And if this group
he
didn't
made
want
it sound to me like he was not doing, because I asked him, remember when we got the love letter from the guy?
Yes.
Yeah, and I asked him, I says, are you doing, are you taking business away from private? He says, no, and he says, a lot of times it's hard to get somebody, but he's not doing any private land.
Yeah.
He was doing, I don't know, he told me a couple of them that, and he's got some other people, government entities that want a contract, they can't get it done. But my point being, I don't want to argue for him. But what would that be a possibility that?
if you could also, if you wanted to leave it in here, and then just stipulate that there's a presentation and discussion to the Board of Commissioners before we take any steps to move forward with it. I mean, that would be fine as well.
And I would even say if this committee wanted to vote it down, but that he could come and ask the BOC to have it reinstated would be another option.
Either way, I'd like for you guys to hear from him. I mean, it was kind of chit chat with us. I wasn't thinking that he was to talk about it today, but I do know that he was talking about how much it would help his department. But anyway,
and whether I would suggest, unless you really want to reconvene another budget committee meeting, to make an action to more or less propose to the BOC to make final determination of it.
Yeah, that would make sense.
well, I know he was making it when I talked to him. He made it sound like it was an important part of his of the way things would be moving forward, and and things are done around the county and a part of his department. But I don't. He can argue his own case.
And at the same time, the questions that you're asking right here, we can relay those to him and have him specifically address that in the presentation of the BOC.
That's maybe that's kind of what I'd like to see.
Right, and it isn't just solar. The wind projects have created fleet issues as well with all their access roads. I mean, puncture vine has spread exponentially, and I know Corey gets a lot of calls from that because I have people call me, my department, say, hey, the wind company's not taking care of the roads with the weed problem, so I give Corey's number.
Yeah. Well, I would think that the board would want to look at that and see, I mean, if it's for spraying or for surveillance. I mean, that I agree that they should be making sure that people are staying in compliance with those things, but those are kind of two different things.
Yeah, that's right. And on that one solar, it's to the 60 weed deal that he bought, and they're going to buy some equipment with it. And we got some other projects coming up. We got M&A, so maybe we could earmark some of that funds, just make sure they're in their contract, But we did get it in the one, the solar contract that they paid for it. They grabbed it, but they had nothing to do.
Sure.
That could subsidize his budget. Anyway.
If I could make a proposal, we're going to just see really quick if Corey's available to jump online and discuss it or pop over here and have a quick chat about it. We're doing very good on our agenda time-wise. And so maybe if it's okay with the committee, we can move on to the last few items here. And Matt's reaching out to him right now. And then it kind of sounds to me like everybody's got some questions, and maybe if we could just get it all answered.
Corey's just in his office down there, so he's going to run up if we want to move on, and then he can explain.
Does that sound?
Yep.
Okay, go on.
We'll put him on the hot seat.
Exactly. We'll have the chair out right here.
I'd like to.
Can we do that though? Put it right in the middle? That would be.
Somebody roll a chair up there.
That's perfect.
Is this worth the $143,000, Corey? We should turn this budget committee into like a game show.
That's a really good way to build, goodwill and
Morale. Yeah. Big, heavy duty halogen light aiming down on them.
I wouldn't mind a halogen light right there.
Whenever
Been
we,
blessed.
when we interviewed police people, that's exactly what we did.
No, that's what you need to do.
I mean, honestly, we would scoot that right up there and they would have to sit right there in front of us.
And
Right.
if they can't pass Karen asking questions, then that's the test.
Yeah, no, it's not.
You get the true advantage.
Yeah, we
One word answers that.
One word. Well, you do what I say. So, okay, all right, that was a good answer.
So we'll jump into our transfer stations under solid waste. While we wait for here. So we have been. We're going to continue. So this budget continues a strategy that we've had for the last couple of years, and that is to offset operating costs of the transfer stations. It's the portion that's not covered by fees collected at the transfer stations with the some of the license fees that we receive from the Finley View landfill. So the net impact on the general fund is zero or close to zero. There recently got scales installed and functional.
So can I ask a question before you go too far? You said some of the fees. What do the rest of the fees go to then? From Finley Buttes landfill?
Well, good thing you asked.
Because you would think this would be a prime place.
If you
see.
refer to, I handed the interfund transfer schedule out.
The one pager or the one that's stapled?
The 5-pager. You go to page 405. And under Fund 210, Finley Butte license fees, kind of in the middle of the page, you'll see $248,000 to the general fund, and that is directly to the transfer stations in the general fund. Okay. $287,000 to road equipment reserve fund. $2.7 million to the road fund. Obviously, that's part of the reserve. So because those are one of the, it's one, it's an unrestricted, well, I guess it's quasi-restricted now, revenue stream that can be utilized for roads. We've been using any of those surplus funds to basically put towards accumulating reserves. That's been the primary funding source of the reserve that we've been building for bridges.
Okay. So these are funds above the ones that have to be used on the bottom range, right?
Yes.
These that we're looking at here.
Okay. Yeah, these are a separate fee that's charged. And then $36,000 to the weed equipment reserve. So that is where all of those revenues are intended to be utilized in this proposed budget. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
And I think that is everything significant on the transfer stations.
Finished with that.
That's Corey. We haven't seen Corey.
But I'm asking hot.
We got
We're gonna talk to you about Hager Park.
Just got hotter.
No, it's not gonna be that bad.
Okay.
All right, so there were some questions on the drone and what
Yeah.
its full usage is gonna be, so it's
Sure.
your best shot.
Okay. So with that drone, it's kind of getting in line with what the other counties are doing and already have done. Gillum County has drones, Umatilla County has drones. So I started to build our drone program, and first I had to justify it, and because I was talked into it, you need to get this, you gotta have this. And then I said, well, let's work on it and justify it. And then, so it started out with, like just use with, like county facilities, like up at the OHB park to get rid of the moss, right? It takes two guys in a boat spreading the granular out there, hour and a half to do that job with two people. And it's unsafe with somebody standing up and but that drone can do it in about 3 minutes. It does about and so it does, I believe, 3 minutes an acre. And then the rocky slopes where some of the A-listed weeds are coming on. With the public, they're having a hard time spraying that and getting to some of these places that they need to get the A-listed weeds done. So I've been working on with various drone companies to do it. We've already been doing it for a year and a half, but the county hasn't done it. I've just been getting them sprayed with the drone, setting it up in the program and stuff. So, but now, like this year, nobody's available with the drones because there's so much drone work out there, and it's on these big. They're making big money, and so
They're making a lot of money.
yeah. And so at the county, or excuse me, with the state and Odo, what we've been grappling with kind of is like how it's budgeted and like what to charge for it, because let's say the drone costs $50,000 and it'll do that one job in 3 minutes at $33 an acre. So it's $33 to do that one job, where through two people for an hour and a half, you're looking at closer to $200 for that same job. So 30 compared to 200, and then not being able to really pay for the program at that cheap of a price. And with the lead district, you can't make any profit. You are out there to charge exactly what it costs for that government entity or agency, and there's no markup. It has to be what it costs. So, but Odo and they're looking at it like, or ODA, I should say, Oregon Department of Ag, like the benefit of the drone, like say the drone program, it's not getting back your $150,000 for your program. It's the benefit to the county from those weeds spreading and tackling the problem. And it's going to be, it's going to save $150,000 shot to the whole county, when they estimate Morrow County's $2 billion for noxious weeds annually here. The real benefit would be taking care of getting it sprayed. So they said, look at it that way, and then itemize it out so you get it repaid and charge more than what maybe they're charging. So,
do you have to get certifications and things for operating the drone?
yes, yeah, you got to get your Part 107.
So do you have that?
I do have that. Yeah, we got that in January, both Justin Reed and myself. We got that. The other counties got us lined out on it, and we got it in, and we went through all the training. We have a drone pilot's license. So the only thing that we need to get is our aerial applicator's license. It's just another certificate in our spraying license, and that's far more easier than the
pilot's license.
Than the one. Well, the the herbicide license for aerial is far more easier than the
General-
original one. Yeah, the regulatory weed, which is the hardest you can take there is. So, yeah, we're just right there. We just need that. And we would get those in a short amount of time. Yeah.
So is this spraying on private ground or on county ground or what, when you're talking about these steep?
So yeah, the other counties, they use it on private ground but it's a lot of what they do is free. Just we'll spray it out, we'll take care of it, and they go in, especially Gillum County is really big on it, just going in on somebody's property, spraying it out. Because it not only helps them, but it holds the county and the neighbors. So they just go in and spray. They have a strong weed district, and that's what they do. And I don't anticipate going to the public and shopping out for the public. We got enough to do what for all the government agencies. So it might be a deal where if there was absolutely no one that can do it, and to get it before it goes to seed, to get it sprayed out before it goes to seed, and it's an A-listed weed, and you can't tackle it, then, if they're proactive, we might do that. But there'll be instances where they won't get to it. We'll give them a notice. We'll go with Caitlin, and she'll go through the process. And then they didn't get it done, and then we'll have to go out there, spray it out, A-listed weed, kill it, and then we'll have to give them a bill or put a lien against their property until they, pay it or whatever. So,
Or is it enforcement action?
as an enforcement action, yes, yeah, and we ran into instances where we couldn't, like blankets of like a acre of puncture vine. You can't get to it. You can't drive through it, to spray it and take care of some of those issues. Has been, that's what other counties are, run into. We ran into it, So
So I guess I'm still not clear on how much of this usage is going to be for county property, for spraying county property.
we'll spray all our pits. We'll spray the ponds at the OHV park. And then there'll be infestations that we can't get to that would be, like I stated before, that we have to go out and spray it. They didn't get done. We'd have to do that. Yeah. Or So yeah, I know.
So much of our pits now can't you spray on what you're using?
Oh, okay. What's that? Can we?
Our pits now.
Yes.
How much are you not able to spray now with your current equipment?
For our department, I would say each pile probably we're able to spray about maybe 15, probably about 20% of it. We can spray the pit floor, but our pits don't have any bulldozed trails up to the top and to get up there and spray off, and we just don't do that anymore. So that's, I know the other counties have grappled with the same thing, like how to justify it because it's so, 140,000. That's up to you guys to justify it. That's Odo says it's a bigger impact on the county if that's where you get the impact, and that's where the budget comes in, where it kind of justifies itself, and then it'd just be you'd be put to work. They're using theirs all the time.
So I look at, in your write-up, it talks about contracting for other entities and stuff,
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you've heard me say that, I'm not in favor of the county, I'm competing with private enterprise.
Yeah.
Because basically we're taking money out of someone's pocket to support their business. And, if there's not already enough people out there to do it, if there is much demand, the existing will expand, buy more equipment, hire more people. If somebody else will start up a business, I mean, if there's a demand and there's money to be made, private enterprise is pretty good about filling that void.
I don't know, maybe we live in different worlds. There are so many holes that private enterprise does not fill, and you just have to deal with it. Yeah.
I help with the weed control for parks, for the pool and the RV and the marina. And then also other entities that are nonprofit. And I mean, I just got sprayed yesterday and I've been waiting since March. Well, we had a mild winter, so we could have sprayed in February. And I mean, it's out of control. I couldn't get any, but I had to wait. I waited this long.
So, and I should state too that it would be used for the other contracts too, like the Army Corps of Engineers and spraying out there with the teasel on that steep ground that we can't get to, and also the inside of the lagoons for Boardman. So it could go, or would go to other contracts.
Would you spray out mosquitoes?
It's set up for mosquitoes. It is. I had to call vector control to come in and spray the mosquitoes before I could even spray it. But
So I'm going to always have a hard time using county dollars to spray for somebody else. For our own use, I have no problem with. But when we start spraying on a contract basis for somebody else, that is a contract that somebody else could be getting. And if we're always, and we keep getting more contracts, that just keeps taking away business from somebody else that's already out there providing those services. So I just always going to have a hard time using county dollars to subsidize doing work for somebody else, because we are a county and we can't do a profit and everything else. We're inherently going to be able to do it for less.
So I think that's how my department got in the situation that it's in is because no one else is going out there and doing it. Unfortunately, there's so much training, there's so much schooling, and so much certification, and then the liability is so high. I've been working with Odo and some of these energy entities to get more contractors on board for spraying, and it just.
I think of I do my own spraying for my storage units, and I'm behind. But I know there's Wolverellis, there's Simplot, there's Columbia Basin Spreaders, there's
Do they have drones, Corey? I mean, are you aware of any contractors locally that have drones and do that kind of work?
No, but those they're more like industrial spraying, and what I've been working with is more like local spraying, like with Brian Spivey and some places out of Tri-Cities to bring them down and in, and there's just not enough. Not enough. They don't have time. They won't come down here to do it because they don't have the time and the manpower, and they already got the bigger. Everybody's going to bigger spray jobs, bigger jobs that are easier, that are like there's so much more lucrative out there than these smaller jobs.
So most of what you're doing is small acreage.
Really small acreage, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure this is the way to do it, but I'm going to move that we approve this part of the budget and move on.
I'll second if.
I don't think we have to move to.
Yeah.
Just don't.
Tell him he doesn't have.
If you want to modify it, it's already included in the budget.
Don't have to, just tell him he doesn't have to sit there anymore.
Yeah. No. He has to sit there for the rest of the meeting.
Meeting parks.
Yeah.
Well, we just need to make sure everybody's had their questions asked.
Please, yeah.
Do you have any more questions? No. Does anybody have any more questions? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming on, Corey.
Questions? Thanks. Yeah, yes, do that.
I'll let Eric, better give you the response.
Okay.
Take some pizza.
Yeah. Out there in the box.
So on this page, what is the figure I'm looking
Which page are you looking at?
at? Well, I'm on page 118. I'm just glad.
Don't have
It says vegetation management. And then I'm under the figures that go with vegetation management. Am I looking at the 143,000?
For capital outlay, yeah.
That's the cost of the drone, spray rig for the drone and the trailer. I believe.
So that's the figure.
Yeah.
That would be the amount to
Okay.
be considered if, yeah.
And then we,
So that's why you're up 113% compared to the time before, is we're actually wanting to buy equipment.
let me.
The thing-
Can I peek at which one I look at?
Yes.
Well, the thing that he didn't, I mean, if you were a nitpicker, you would say, I'm sorry, but somebody had to go up there and do the drone. I mean, it's not that 3 minutes or whatever he said. You've got one man and that drone, not maybe 2 men chancing to drown.
Yeah, I would think that the billing rates, you could figure that piece out fairly easily. I mean, it should,
And that includes the trailer, because I forgot about that.
Yeah.
yeah. Which
Yeah.
I didn't know.
That's expensive.
Up the-
That's a pretty nice setup.
Yeah.
That's
Well, if you're going to do it, you're going to do it right.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if drones are like TV, is it maybe hold off a year and it'd be $500?
So
I think
remind me
getting
again,
more
Devin,
expensive.
is the way this is done, and this committee is approving a budget, but we're not approving necessarily that he goes and buys that tomorrow. That still comes
No,
back to
so-
the board of commissioners, right?
Well, yes and no. I'm sorry, Commissioner Peterson. There are hardly any yes and no answers. So yes and no. So the this committee approving the budget, basically, and approving the property tax levy, basically, paves the way for the board to adopt the budget. Budget adoption is not procurement authority. It establishes the authority to expend the dollars. Actually, that's not even budget adoption. That's making of appropriations. Gives the legal authority, but that legal authority is according to policy. So there's still a procurement process. Once included in the budget, up to $150,000. If there's been appropriations made for it, then no, it wouldn't go back to the Board of Commissioners. It would go to Matt, between $15,000 and $150,000. As long as it would go to Matt to, at that point, it's a check off the box to make sure that, number one, we follow the proper procedures in expending the money, and number two, that there's nothing shady going on with it, right? Just a second verification for the expenditure of public funds. Above 150,000, that would go to the Board of Commissioners prior to making the purchase commitment.
Even if we'd already approved of it in the budget.
Yes. Again, just as a control point, a second set of governance level eyes for larger expenditures. I think it's safe to say that once the board adopts a budget and makes appropriations, that what's reflected in that budget is going to get carried out unless there's a specific stipulation by the board to hold off on something.
But my point being is, even after this, we approved this budget as is, there's still more checks and balances before that purchase could be made. One is that the board commission has to approve this budget, so they could still line item it. And then before it's purchased, Matt's going to sign off on it.
The board still has to adopt the budget. If the board wants to make modifications to the budget, I won't go into the details, there's thresholds and everything, but essentially, as long as no budget is changed by more than 10%, the board has the discretion to do that up or down. Outside of that, bandwidth. It would have to actually go back to the budget committee to be reapproved. So, but so yeah, they could make some changes.
So we good to move it on?
Okay. Facilities. Save the best to second last. I want to recognize Tony for the efforts that you put in at not only making budget reductions, but just a substantial improvement in the planning and the documentation and the thought that went into preparing the budget this year. It was you did a really fine job. There was significant reductions in materials and services in the facilities department, 159,000 or 30%. This was probably one of the most underspent departments in the general fund. So it's good to get some of that money released and able to get spread back out where it's needed. One of the points that was made in the budget narrative, and this isn't really an FY27 issue, but just something to be cognizant of, kind of like we talked about the port security, is foreseeing a need, as facilities continue to expand, that could become a larger or a load on the janitorial staff that we have at the county, to the extent that we may need to look at augmenting that further. But there was no immediate need in the current fiscal year for it.
Specifically, this is related to the circuit courthouse.
Yeah.
Large.
When is that projected to be completed?
July 2027.
Oh, okay.
So it'll be next
So it'll
year.
be next year. Yeah.
But yeah, and if the other expansions and that, are a few years out, but health building, depending on how that is, sheriff's office will expand, we anticipate, but the circuit court is the biggest net new operation space that will need to be kept at a pretty good standard. And so we will anticipate some personnel requirements on that.
And quite frankly, when you're looking at a budgetary operating margin of $200,000, and you think about the annual cost of operating a facility like that, that $200,000 does not go very far in terms of, utilities and
we discussed
security, janitorial, and
janitorial services several years ago. And we talked about making everybody empty their own garbage cans.
We do.
Oh, you do?
Everybody.
if you write nice notes, once in a while we'll empty it for you.
I mean, once in a while, but most everybody, at least in the courthouse, they empty them.
Yeah, there's we're trying to look at it. We did expect to do one for the north, one for the south. That seems to have upgraded some of the levels of it. Just knowing that we're going to get a 16,000 square foot building onto our lot.
Well, the struggle with contract services, we struggled with that for 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
So we went back to having our own janitor.
Right.
We also maintain a facilities reserve. And that's, again, to accumulate funding for specific facilities or large facility equipment replacement and improvement type projects outside of the CIP fund. We don't have any particular requirements, except for that is where the cost for the library roof replacement will be coming out of. It's the reserves. We've been building reserves in that fund for about 3 years. The balance of the money in that fund is we put into reserve for future expenditures. So in case there's an unforeseen facilities emergency or need, we have funding available that can be accessed through the supplementary budget process. County surveyor is a short one. It's a part of the general fund. It's not a staff position. The Board of Commissioners have appointed a contractor as the county surveyor. And this general fund department accounts for the cost of his contract fees and any revenues that are generated by him. We also related to the county surveyor is the corner preservation fund. We're forecasting by the end of fiscal 27 that we'll have in excess of about $400,000 in there. We're going to have 375 starting the year off. So as of the end of this year, that corner preservation fund is specifically money that has to be utilized for corner preservation of lots. And I believe he's talked about contracting that at some point.
Yeah, the different levels of the corner preservation. I mean, you can get up to actual monuments that just those corner pins, and that's a lot of work. So possibly bringing in, an engineering surveying team to come just knock a bunch of them out and have them legitimate and stamped is one of the options that we're looking at.
And that revenue comes in through a portion of the county clerk's recording fees. And at this point, the other significant portion is interest being earned on it. And with the surveyor's department, that is what I have prepared. That's 3 p.m.
That's crazy.
Yep, we're not going to go line item by line item.
Commissioner Peterson's requested we go through the line item detail now.
That should be a work session.
That's incredible.
You enjoy that time?
We're gonna take a break. We'll come back when you're
When
done.
he said we, he meant him and Kevin.
Thanks.
This is really nice and put together.
So is there any more discussion? Or are we ready to have a motion to approve it?
I would ask that if we could maybe recess for 10 minutes before, and once you're done with discussion, if there is any more, before you make a motion, I just want to clarify and double check the amount and the language of the motion.
Okay.
So I'll leave that blank until the end in case they're already.
Okay. So you'll bring the motion all ready to go.
It's on the agenda.
I didn't see it.
It's not.
It's not.
Yeah, I didn't see it, but,
Oh, I'm not on the agenda. It's on the packet that was
email.
attached to the. It's on the agenda packet. I will put it up on the board though.
Okay.
But again, I'd like to just
perfect.
clarify.
So is there any more discussion?
One thing I just have to put on record, and that puts me on responsibility. Nothing for actions for today, but just as a follow-up, by the time we reconvene next year, I'd like to a short update session to provide you updates on what we end up doing with the GOEC over the next year. Provide clarification on the opioid policy, the Rodeo Beacher Fund, and just let you know the smashing success of the drone program if it's approved at later date. So just because those are questions that came up here saying these have been dragging on, I'd like to make it. VOC will hear about it before, but we'll relay that information to the budget committee as a whole as part of as next year's items. Just a commitment I'd like to make.
A couple things I'd like to do. So I've only been here a few years compared to some of you guys, but this process has become so much smoother in the last few years. I mean, you've done a great job on getting this organized. And I think having this, whichever you guys call it, the fund where we don't have the nonprofits coming in. I loved hearing from them, but I just didn't think that was the right process to do that. And I think that's a big jump forward in having a true process rather than have that be the good old boys system of who got money in that. So those are well.
In fact, just to let you know, I received the email with the recommendations. So Kevin and I will have the next step.
So can I see that?
So, but
Not till you vote on this because they're afraid you won't do
On the
it.
budget committee, because I thought it would be in the budget.
but thank you. That was a big lift. Appreciate the commission
I
for,
got something to bring it forward.
yes.
Okay. Would it be possible that maybe you, Matt, could write up a press release about us proving this? And get a word out, positive word about our budget, rather than if somebody just went online and,
Sure.
carried away with some narrative, would that be something you could do, or?
Yes. Would you want to do it as from action of this or after the BOC adopts the budget? So it's
Just somewhere along the line, don't let somebody else define what our budget is.
I'd like to wait until the BOC
That's
adopts
fine.
it.
That's okay with me.
But I can definitely work with Kevin on getting a good message. Because everybody says we have so much money. Well, there's a lot of things the county spends money on.
Well, you can show them all the good things we're doing.
Do a lot of good stuff with. And
After I see the list.
yeah.
I want to ask, since we did this in one day, do we still come up for lunch tomorrow?
I didn't schedule tomorrow. I was so
I know,
confident.
but I'm saying in the past, I always got at least 2 free lunches.
No, I know.
This was great.
The leftover pizza will be put in the fridge.
This is great. I do appreciate as was already said, and I think we talked about it last year. This is just, it's really nice because I feel like I'm informed and we have the ability to ask questions and have things further defined and you can answer the questions, which is great. And I just think this is just, it's amazing to me. I'm shocked that we did this in a day. Well, we haven't done it yet, but it's just really nice and I appreciate it.
Well, I think having the information here is so much easier than having you come in and start with the information. You know what I mean? Like if I have a question, I can, look at it. I don't need to.
Well, and I did not like the process where we had every department come and do a begging show. And then one person could just shut it down for no real reason other than we don't like that department. I don't know how anybody knows better than the department, really, what they need for staffing, what they need for new equipment. And so I always felt that we were a little over our skis in that area. I mean, as a committee. So I do like that you're having them take a second look. You come to us and they refine and I think that probably we have overinflated budgets because of the history of how they had to do their budgets before.
I would agree with that.
So now that they see that it's a fair process and that we're not going to nitpick, that they can realistically put together the costs of their departments. And I appreciate it.
And if I could just dovetail on that, Kim, this committee is a very important, statutory part of representative government. We totally respect and honor and appreciate those who are appointed to DOC commissioners. You're kind of stuck with it, but I do appreciate the appointed members for participating in this because it takes time. As Kevin and county staff continue to try to work on the professionalism of the information, getting the department heads to present and prepare, and just trying to improve transparency, we hope that alleviates some of the lifts that you've had to do in the past. And we do appreciate the trust, and we will strive to continue to build on that trust and make sure we're transparent as effective as possible. Kudos to Kevin. He puts blood, sweat, and tears into this. Probably a little too many tears this year, but do appreciate everything that he does. Michelle, Sabrina, and Sandy on the backside for implementing these budgets. So we have an excellent staff who does it. I'm honored to work with them. So.
Do I get to take this one?
All right, let's vote no on the no.
So, Kevin, how long of a recess would you like?
It's not too long. I could probably just do it at 5. I just want a second to make sure I'm
3:07.
Oh, we'll recess till
3:15. Doing 3:15.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look for a motion on,
Cameras and all of that going.
Okay.
I'd look for a motion on the budget.
I move that the Budget Committee of Morrow County approve the budget for the 2026-27 fiscal year in the amount of $144,734,514.
Second,
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Do second motion? Does anyone want to do a second motion?
Sure. Okay. I move that the Budget Committee of Morrow County approve property taxes for the 2026-27 fiscal year at the rate of $4.1347 per $1,000 of assessed value for the permanent rate tax levy.
Second,
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Is there any more business that we need to do?
That's all I brought.
But that was, we can adjourn. You have to vote on adjourn.
I don't think so.
Do you want to
adjourn it then?
Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay.